about 8:45, so stay tuned for our superstar buy. Now we're going to have a star buy deal every 25 minutes to half an hour on the show, and as I say, it's either going to be a wholesale deal where we've taken a bundle of our products together to create one discount code, or it's going to be the premiere launch of a new strand like our emerald, like our Mexican fire opal, for example, brand new strand. And this is coming up around about 8 PM, is that correct? There we go. So lots to stay tuned for. Now, we know that many of you aren't able to watch the morning show. Now, we're live here on Jewellery Maker between 9 AM and 1 PM, and that currently goes out to our free view audience. And as a result, we tend to give you the really big deals on the morning show. That's our flagship show. But lots of people have commitments during the day, lots of people are at work, of course, and maybe you didn't get the chance to take us up on our most popular deal of the day. Now, it doesn't look as romantic as many of the items that I get to bring you here on The Late Show, because it's not a genuine gemstone. Instead, it really is a wholesale offer for those successful jewellery makers out there who are already making and selling their jewellery and need a nice way to display their items. Now, about 15 minutes ago, I just bought a lovely piece of jewellery from the Genuine Gemstone Company, and it looks a million times better once I went and got a presentation box from our warehouse. Oh, okay, well here we go. These are bracelet boxes. We know how popular bracelets are if you are selling your jewellery. And have a look here. There you go, they've got these sort of velvet effect finish inside. Now I think there may have been a slight variation on the bundle this morning, but right now I'm bringing you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10? Well, the thing is, they're all going to come to you in one handy box, so it'd be very easy to store 10 boxes. You're not going to take up lots of space, and this is the perfect way to display your jewellery, as I said. Okay, the graphics are going to hit the screen. I have to warn you, we only have a limited number available, and they're going to be popular because I think it's, for many jewellery makers, this is the way that you set yourself apart from people who are displaying themselves as making homemade jewellery rather than sort of handcrafted jewellery. Do you know what I mean? So this goes to show that you're working on a professional level, and you know, it's these little bits of attention to detail. We often say it, but it is very, very true. This little attention to detail that is going to elevate you to that next level, that's going to make you stand out from the crowd and establish you as a jewellery maker. So you get 10 of these bracelet boxes here. We've already gone global with this deal. Best value on the market from here at Jewellery Maker, of course. 10 boxes, a wholesale offer, a trade show style offer, because of course it was the trade show this morning. We're following on from that trend, and we're giving you the opportunity now to get 10 boxes as part of this offer. Now I know what you're thinking. If I was to buy these boxes, this is probably going to add, what, at least £1 or £2 onto the price that I can probably achieve. How about if I was to say the boxes themselves are going to cost you less than £1 each? These aren't just going to add £1 onto the value, in all honesty, because once you've created a gorgeous piece of jewellery and you see it presented appropriately and professionally inside one of these boxes, if, for example, you were thinking to yourself, well, I've made this gorgeous bracelet and I want to achieve a certain price point, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to convey how much work, creativity, effort has gone in to actually putting this together in my price point and still achieve sales, this is the way to do it. Just to knock it up onto that next level and show people that what you're offering them is professional handcrafted jewellery. Already lots and lots of people flying in on the phone line to take advantage of this deal. As I say, They have been sold on the trade show. Lots of people came in to get involved. And as a result, I am left with the last in stock here on this item. The gift box bonanza, including 10 bracelet boxes for less than £1 a box. Let's have a look at our price this evening. £8.95. And add it to your order price when you consider what you're getting here. The opportunity to justify the price points that you want to achieve by presenting your jewellery designs appropriately and giving your customers, your clients, the chance to feel like they are investing in professional quality jewellery. I know they are because I've seen your designs from the Wall of Fame and of course from the designs that people have been sending me on Facebook. I have seen the finish on our Jewellery Makers pieces. I know how professional they are, but you know, I think sometimes when you see a bracelet presented in like an organza bag, it looks nice, but it still has that sort of handcrafted feel to it. When you're presenting them in these bracelet boxes, they have that professional feel, don't they, of a boutique jewellers in many ways. That's the way I see it. I'm sure that lots of people agree with me because I've got people literally flying in on the phone lines to get hold of this deal. In fact, I've got people multi-buying this. Anne-Marie, you've got a very successful business. You've got 4 of these. That means you've got 40 bracelet boxes heading your way. Congratulations to Joyce, Jane, Tracy, Bridget, Gillian, Geraldine. Hazel, you got 2 of these. Denise, Carol, Margaret, Dawn, Carol, Mercedes, Rosalind, Kim, Carmel. Around about half the stock's been allocated now, so if you do want to get involved, now is the time to get this home. In fact, if you've already paid your P&P today and you've already got a collection of products coming your way, you've got nothing to worry about. Despite the fact that it looks like it might be a heavy, bulky item, that doesn't affect our P&P costs. You're only ever going to pay 1 P&P here, no matter how many items you add to your order. And this, for me, is the ultimate trade show offer because it actually is outside the realm of jewellery making and into the idea of how you're going to present these to your customers. So we're already sort of accepting that we've elevated our jewellery making business and we're already selling our designs, and we've obviously already got commissions coming through if we need 10 boxes, or 20, should I say, Pamela, Gillian, Hazel, or 40, should I say, Anne-Marie. So lots of people flying in on the phone lines now. These will be available for the next 60 minutes, but that's as long as I have with this offer. It's our first offer of the evening, and it's in keeping with the trade show theme that we presented you with this morning. And I think, you know, maybe if you've been watching the show for a long time, or maybe you've been involved in crafting for a long time, maybe you've only ever considered it as a hobby, maybe you've never thought about the idea that you can actually be making a small profit off of your creativity, your talents. If that's you, then why not sign yourself up for a craft fair? What's the worst that can happen? And if you are going to do that, you're going to make money if you invest in the Trade Show Gift Box Bonanza. 10 boxes for £8.95. I'm going to leave that on with you, so congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone lines, and we're going to go for a very, very rare gemstone to start the show. Have a look at this gorgeous kyanite. And look at those little silks within the gemstone. Now it's these inclusions that give kyanite this rich royal blue tone, or a cashmere blue almost actually. It's quite good on this one because you've got a little bit of variation. So you've got rich royal blues, and then you've got your more elegant cashmere blues as well. Kyanite, one of the rarest gemstones available on the open market. Certainly not a gemstone that jewellery makers are going to be able to source on a regular basis. We tend to find that we get about 2 parts a year of kyanite from the mines which are situated in the Himalayas in Nepal. So very, very difficult region to go mining, and as a result, the opportunities to bring you kyanite are few and far between. But of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we are part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, some of the biggest buying power in the world when it comes to precious gemstones, and as a result we have now managed to source you gorgeous kyanites. So now once again we're giving jewellery makers and crafters the chance to present their customers' clients with the same rarity of gemstones as any other jeweller on the planet. A beautiful kyanite here, and you've got one of the most wasteful cuts available. These are marquise shapes. They range from 9x5 to 15x7. If you do want to get involved with this deal, I'm afraid to say we only have low stock opportunities available. And of course, this particular sample of kyanite comes from our Gems of Distinction range, which represents the best possible quality we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. Now, this has previously only been on Jewellery Maker on the live shows twice previously. So this is the beauty of the late show. We're going to give you that second bite of the cherry. Maybe there's an opportunity you've missed out on. Maybe you didn't see the launch of a strand of kyanite. Maybe you didn't see the boxes on the trade show this morning. That's what we're here for. From 5 p.m. till 9 p.m. every single night, we're going to give you these opportunities that A, you may have missed out on, and B, we may even be able to give you a slight reduction on many of the items you're going to see tonight. This is a Gems of Distinction strand of kyanite. Let's have a look at our price this evening. I've already got interest on the phone lines and at jewellerymaker.com. £19.95, under £20 for 60 carats of kyanite. So about 33 pence a carat for one of the rarest gemstones available. Absolutely outstanding, and of course, look at the quality. This is one of these gemstones for me that you don't really need to make much of a compromise in terms of what you're investing in here, because either you've got lots of clarity, in which case, you know, you've got a very high quality gemstone. Alternatively, with a gemstone like kyanite, the more heavily included it is, the deeper the colour tone you're going to see. And here we're looking at that deep, rich royal blue tone. If you do want to get involved with this deal, 60 carats of kyanite available right now for £19.95. You can do your own research. Have a look at the kind of price points you can pay for kyanite jewellery on the open market. We're talking about 3, maybe even 4 figures for kyanite jewellery. Very, very rare gemstone, mostly because of the regions in which it forms. Tends to form in quite unique areas. It needs sort of high pressures but low temperatures, so it tends to form at high altitude, and as a result does make it difficult to get hold of, but that just adds to the beauty and the rarity of the gemstone itself, and I think that's something we have to consider when we're investing in these very high-end gemstones. We're going to move on though, and we're going to move on to another blue gemstone, both traditionally and this sample, because I think when most people think about sapphires, they think of these gorgeous blue tones. And you've got a lovely variation of the colour tones here, ranging from those midnight blues to those cashmere blues, even some of those icy sky blues as well here. So a gemstone for every jewellery making scenario potentially. And these are your faceted rondelles, so they range in size from 2x1 to 3x2. Now we know that currently we're having a little bit of a problem when it comes to sourcing sapphire. Now, the reason we know that is that here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, and his son Matt Bennett, both are gem hunters, gemologists, and they travel direct to the mines to ensure that we have good relationships with the miners, everything's above board, and of course, to give us, you know, good routes in at the market and make sure that we can always be able to provide you with these very, very sought after gemstones like sapphires. Now, many jewellery makers out there will be creating jewellery designs not necessarily for people that have a passion about gemstone jewellery. It's more likely to be people who maybe see your design at a craft fair store, or even maybe somebody who's just starting to put a personal collection together and wants something bespoke. And as a result, I think these more recognisable gemstones are going to be at the top of their list. You know, when it falls into the big 4 or big 5, that's when people have more knowledge about the gemstone, they're more aware of it, and as a result, their understanding may be that this has a higher sort of inherent value, so it's more likely to be something that will be passed down within their family if, of course, it's featuring a ruby or an emerald or, of course, a gorgeous sapphire. Now, we know that's true, don't we, from our own royal family, where Princess Diana famously had a Ceylon blue sapphire engagement ring, which has now been passed down to William's wife, Kate. Yes, that's it. So have a look at the colour tones you've got here. Very, very traditional blue colour tones that you're getting from your Gems of Distinction quality sapphire. You've got 25 carats here. Very easy to work with a more well-known gemstone. Of course, maybe some people are thinking that they're not 100% sure how they would incorporate these faceted rondelles within their designs, but obviously we've had some inspiration from Laura this afternoon. She was on our show last week, in fact, on the Late Show, Laura Barney, and she was saying that you could use 0.4mm gauge wire to create a little loop or a little bail, and then you can attach them to any design that you wanted to. So actually quite an easy way to incorporate these into designs, and the next time Laura's on, we're going to focus on that. We're going to show you exactly how to work with these faceted rondelles. So if you do want to get involved with this deal, don't forget, the second the graphics hit the screen, you can start dialing that free phone number. Put yourself to the front of the queue like John, Tanya, Abigail, Amy, because the price point for this strand of sapphire is absolutely out of this world. No one's going to be disappointed when they have a look at this price. I'm not talking about £40, £30, not even £20. You've got over 25 carats of beautiful blue sapphires here. Let's have a look at our price point this evening. £14.95. That is a price point not to be ignored when we're talking about one of the big 4 in its most familiar colour tone, and you've got that variation of colour tones there as well, so you've got lots of design scope. So if you do want to work with these very high-end gemstones, if you want to be able to offer your customers the most exclusive gemstones on the planet, and right now sapphire is right up there. It's very, very difficult to get hold of this. We're currently travelling all around the world trying to source new inroads into the sapphire industry, because it's just one of those gemstones that Mother Nature's not throwing up a great deal of at the moment. Of course, that could change tomorrow. We might find lots of sapphire, and that's great news for any coloured gemstone collectors. £14.95, absolutely ridiculous price point. Certainly a price point I never would have expected to see on sapphires, and certainly not at this current time when it's so difficult to get hold of on the open market. I mean, they just can't get hold of sapphire for our sister channel Gems TV. So that gives you the upper hand as a jewellery maker, because you can offer people sapphire within your designs. Congratulations to Tanya. You've been waiting for blue sapphire all day, Tanya. Now you've got hold of it. So maximising on your 1P&P as well, I expect. Of course, if you are planning to create a gorgeous bracelet design out of this sapphire, don't forget to add those boxes to your order. Just £8.95 for 10 bracelet boxes. That was our first deal. And I'm going to have to leave that on with you. A Gems of Distinction quality strand of sapphire for £14.95. Where to, sorry? Right. I think I just drowned you out, to be honest, producer Leah. You did tell me, I just didn't hear you. Okay, so we're moving on to another Gems of Distinction strand, this time of gorgeous Labradorite. We're all getting a little bit excited about Labradorite at the moment, and I'm glad about that, because I think over the last maybe year or so, we've got a little bit blasé about the opportunities that we actually present you with. And what really brought it home to me was that we had some very experienced people in the studio over the weekend who traditionally work on Gems TV. the first thing they said to us was, where on earth do you get your Labradorite from? Is it not the same place as Gems TV? They were thinking that our Labradorite is equal or better quality than our sister channel, Gems TV. Have a look at the Labradorescence that you can see on the gemstones here. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Gems TV, very, very long established channel within the home shopping sector, and it's our sister channel. We're all part of the same group, the Genuine Gemstone Company, and we all pride ourselves on being able to provide you with the same thing, the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, whether it be set into gold or silver, or whether it be these strands of gemstones that allow you to create your own jewellery designs. Now have a look at the Labradorescence here. Absolutely gorgeous, because I think on many of the strands we tend to see either one colour tone or another within the Labradorescence. Here you've got a real variation, whether it be those beautiful bold gold tones, those lime greens. I mean, look at that. It's almost a violet tone there. Absolutely gorgeous. And actually there's almost like a silver shimmer to the Labradorescence here. This is beautiful. And do you know what? I'm starting to think that the colour tones that you can see here might have something to do with the cut. That might just be because I've been hanging around with the greatest lapidurist in the world all day, and I don't mean Mother Nature. Glenn Lara's in the building. He gets you excited about gemstone cutting. It's a very famous lapidurist, one of Steve's close friends, and I've been doing some training today and Glenn was sitting in, so gets you excited about the cutting process because it really highlights how much skill goes in to these gemstones. Now, for those of you who are unaware, have a little search again online. You can do your own research. Glenn Lara, very, very famous. He sort of custom cuts gemstones, and he can cut initials into the stones and everything. He's just out of this world. But his knowledge about gemstones and gemology, unrivaled as well. And he's been talking to me today about, you know, the natural way in which you can cut gemstones, and the fact that you do have to consider the angles that you're using when you're creating a cut. Well, here we've created these little cuboids. Very, very interesting, very easy to see how these will fit into contemporary jewellery designs, especially because these are very on trend right now, aren't they? These dynamic edges within your jewellery designs, but actually makes them very eclectic as well, because they'll work for so many different pieces of jewellery, whether it be pairs of earrings or cufflinks, for example, or of course maybe whether you wanted to create charm designs. I always think these cuboids are good for charms. But within, I mean, imagine a gorgeous Shambhala style bracelet, for example, kind of thing that you'd see Mark putting together, but taken in a different direction by using these faceted cube shapes. And they are faceted on the surface as well, so each side of the cuboid has these beautiful facets on the surface which give you the ability to see this Labradorescence in all its glory. I mean, it's really making the gemstone come to life, isn't it? The way it's been faceted. Absolutely. I mean, look at that electric green there, moving into this gorgeous violet tone. Actually, then I tilt it back and you get those icy blue colours. There, I've got more of those golden tones. Have a look at this one. Are we picking that up at all? It's almost like an apricot Labradorescence from one angle. I bet when I turn it towards the screen, can we see that at all? I don't think I'm getting it. I think, do you know what? This is the beauty of the risk-free shopping experience that we offer you here at Jewellery Maker. Not only do we give you a free phone number so that you can dial us free of charge from a landline, get involved straight away, or of course you can shop from us at JewelleryMaker.com. We also give you a 30-day money-back guarantee, completely quibble-free. So the actual decision-making process doesn't begin until you get this to your door and you hold it in your hand and you experience that beautiful optical property for yourself. People already getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com. That's the way to do it. And here comes our price this evening for 95 carats of Labradorite, $14.95. I mean, when you consider what you're getting, it's another added to your order price. Particularly, we know how many people are tuning in today who do create their own jewellery designs to sell on, because of course it's a bit of a trade show theme going on today. Don't panic if you don't sell your jewellery. We've got something for everyone, of course, tonight on the Late Show. But if you want to add this strand of Labradorite to your order, dial that free phone number right now. It's available for $14.95, but we only have a limited number available. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Beautiful Mexican fire opal. So we've got a brand new strand of fire opal coming up later on the show. Actually quite interesting because these are probably larger sizes and carat weights on the brand new strand, but of course you get such a large amount of gemstones on these strands and nuggets. Wow, you've got to get both of these really if you love this gemstone. Really, really interesting gemstone, and you can see all those beautiful colour tones you'd expect to see if you were looking at fiery lava. That's where this gemstone forms, from sort of slow cooling lava that allows these colour tones to be retained within the gemstones themselves. And of course, you know, any gemstone has of course been part of that rock cycle, and it's going to fall into one of three different types of rock really, either sedimentary, metamorphic or igneous. But of course a big part of the rock cycle is the flow of magma and those volcanic eruptions, and here you've been able to sort of capture the passion that you would get from one of those beautiful volcanic eruptions. Beautiful to look at, of course. You wouldn't want to be too close to one, but look at that, because you do get a real drama, don't you, from the colour tones, whether it be these beautiful apricot tones or the golden hues, or of course these rich cherry red tones. If you do want to get involved with this deal, then you need to start dialing right now. Now this is an 86 centimetre strand of fire opal, so there's a lot of gemstones here. Probably about double the length of a traditional strand here on Jewellery Maker. And lots of people love to work with these beautiful nuggets as well. They help you to make your faceted, prestigious gemstones go that little bit further without having to sort of detract from the idea of offering your customers genuine gemstones that tell a story and that have, you know, Mother Nature's hand at work within them. 120 carats in total, and here comes our price point this evening. $9.95, another added to your order price point, especially when you consider exactly what these are going to do for you as a jewellery maker. They're going to allow you to make your faceted gemstones go that little bit further. They're also going to add texture and character to your designs. They're going to inject a little bit of an organic feel into the look of your jewellery collection. So if you do want to add these to your order, $9.95 is an absolute steal of a deal. The ultimate way to maximise on your 1p&p per day is to shop with us here on The Late Show. So if you've already got an order up and running this morning or on the Designer Inspiration Show, then add to that order right now with us here on The Late Show. 120 carats of gorgeous fire opal available right now for $9.95. We'll leave it on with you and we're going to move on. Ooh. Baby pink coated pyrite. Look at these faceted droplets, and these top drilled drops are so popular with jewellery makers, aren't they? You don't need to use a great deal of them to create a massive impact on your jewellery designs, and of course if you wanted to create matching sets of jewellery, which is the best way probably to sell your jewellery designs, these are perfect, aren't they? You just choose two of the smaller ones for your droplet earrings, one of the larger ones as a pendant, and you've still got plenty of gemstones there to make profit with. 95 carats in total, and these are coated, so this is a little bit of us saying that we could enhance Mother Nature's work in some way. And actually I think with different varieties of pyrite, that's kind of true, because I think when we're working with pyrite, we're looking for that metallic shimmer that we see traditionally in fool's gold, but we don't always want that sort of earthy tone. Sometimes we're creating a feminine design, but we want that metallic feel within it. This is the perfect addition to your collection if that's the case. These are faceted pairs that range in size from 8x6 to 11x8. And here comes the price this evening. $7.95. Another price not to be ignored, particularly when you consider working with these gemstones, especially maybe you have, you know, reached that elite level and you've got the likes of kunzite, morganite, rose quartz, those kind of gemstones within your collection, and you love to create these feminine pieces. This allows you to take those designs in another direction while still working with genuine gemstones. Of course, it actually could be a bit of a money saver in terms of investing in semi-precious metals like your silvers, or even precious metals like your golds. You could get a similar feel from gorgeous pyrite, but of course at a much more affordable price, just $7.95. And of course that will then be reflected in the prices that you can charge for your jewellery designs. If you do want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number right now. Congratulations to Kim, Sarah, Janet. This has proved to be very, very popular with us here at Jewellery Maker. So if you want to add some of this beautifully coated pyrite to your order, then dial that free phone number now, or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave this one with you, and we're going to move on because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our first star buy of the show. Now this is our opportunity to bring you a trade show style offer and bring you the best value we possibly can for some of our gemstones or some of our findings components, like wire, for example. We've got a wire deal coming up later in the show, but right now we're going to bring you one of the most fantastic gemstones on the planet, and we're going to give you 2-for-1 deal. It is literally it's 2 for the price of 1. Can't get any more reasonable that when it comes to giving you wholesale opportunities. Now the interesting thing about this gemstone is the way in which it forms, to be quite honest with you. It's one of only 2 gemstones that form right in the mantle, in the core of the earth, as close to the core of the earth as you can get. There's only 2 gemstones that we find that actually form there, one of which is diamonds, the other of which is peridot. And you can see this gorgeous brilliance that you get from the gemstone as a result, the way it beautifully sparkles. Absolutely out of this world. The other thing that really sort of engages with me about this gemstone is that it is a birthstone, and it has to be the most appropriate birthstone there is. And when I consider some of the birthstones, I think, oh, I'd put that there and I'd put this here. But peridot, it really does make you feel like it's the month of August. All those gorgeous citrusy, zesty tones that come through, they look fresh but vibrant, and for me that just encapsulates the summer months. Of course, you know, different parts of the world have their winters and summers at different times, of course, so it's not always going to fit in, but just for me personally, from my experience of growing up in the UK, August's probably the only month we get a couple of days of sunshine, and so that's the way it makes me feel. And that's the interesting thing when you think about gemstones. It's how they make you feel. Otherwise, they would have no inherent value whatsoever, would they? Nobody would be interested in gemstones if they didn't do something more. And I think, you know, we'd all just buy glass, wouldn't we? If we were only interested in the aesthetic, we'd all buy glass or synthetic beads. That's the bottom line. Because we could easily recreate the same look, but they wouldn't have the history. They wouldn't have the story attached to them that genuine gemstones do, and that's why we fall in love with the beauty of the natural world. You know, Mother Nature has worked tirelessly for potentially millions of years to create these, but when you think about the fact that these would have formed in the mantle of the earth, and they would have to have gone through a very, very long process, both to form in the way they did, you know, putting up with the pressures and the temperatures that they've had to, and of course having to break through from the centre of the earth via a dramatic volcanic eruption, only for us to find them. And, you know, I imagine, I've never actually been to a peridot mine, so I don't know for a fact, but can you imagine the way these gemstones form, actually walking down a mine and seeing that glow of lime green? Absolutely phenomenal when you find this beautiful gemstone. Now, I'm going to have to stop saying this, but I have to say that, you know, I'm a presenter at the moment, but I used to be the sales manager of the channel, so I've had, you know, a lot of involvement in different parts of the buying process and the way in which we've been able to present you gemstones over the last few years. I feel that up until the last 6 months, I'm going to say that we were a bit of a letdown, really. I don't think that we delivered in terms of the amount of peridot we were able to supply you in the first few years of Jewellery Maker, and that is purely down to its popularity on the open market. It's a very, very competitive market. So once again, as we grow, thanks to your loyal custom, our buying team have become even more empowered, and they can now bring you not just more frequent parcels of peridot, but the quality just improves year on year. This is phenomenal. This is the colour tone you want to see when you think about this gemstone. And as I say, it's one of those gemstones that evokes all the right notes, all the right emotions, because of its colour tone, its fire, its brilliance, its pleochrysm. It has so much to offer as a gemstone, and you know, some of the biggest design houses in the world have already realised that. That's why it's so difficult for us to get hold of. Of course, we're finding it easier and easier because we've had peridot a lot more recently. We've had it more and more frequently, to be honest with you. Beautiful gemstone, gorgeous colour tone, and of course a colour tone that we happen to know goes with every other gemstone because it's Mother Nature's base tone. You can see there the way the light passes through that gemstone. It is beautiful. Not only that gorgeous, vibrant base tone, but when the light shines on it, you get gorgeous brilliance, that little bit of sparkle, and you also get almost lemon-like tones coming through as well, don't you? If you do want to get involved with this deal, you need to be dialing that phone number right now, because we only have a limited number available on our 2-for-1 deal. Of course, we've got half the stock we would have had of the strand, because we're about to give you a wholesale offer, 2 for the price of 1. If you love peridot, or if you've got craft fairs coming up for the summer months, this is August birthstone, and we're about to give you the best value of the night on peridot. Here comes your price tonight, $12.95. That's what you'd normally pay for 1 strand. Right now you can get 2 strands of peridot for $12.95. That, to me, is absolutely out of this world. Less than £6.50 a strand for peridot. August's birthstone. Just have a look at the way these gemstones have been treated. Have a look at the respect and commitment that the lapidarist has shown these gemstones. Quite delicate. They range in size from 2x1 to 4x2. Again, those elegant rondelles, they're faceted to perfection. I think when you've got this more considered size, that it actually allows the facets to do their job even more. Because you've only got small sums of the gemstone, only small carat weights on the rondelles, but look at the way they sparkle in the light. That's all thanks to that faceting work. Absolutely gorgeous. Well, of course, with peridot as well, it's highlighted because of that gorgeous colour tone. For me, the most appropriate of all the birthstones, but as I say, that's because of the emotions that this gemstone evokes, and that is what gemstones are all about. Congratulations to Darren, Elizabeth, Nicola, Pat, Deborah, Jenny, Vivian, Sandra, Susan, Tanya, Denise, Victoria, Tracy, Carol, Catherine, Eleanor, Teresa, Bryony, Diane, Jeanette, Julie, Laurie, and lots of anonymous buyers who've clearly been, shall we say, investing in Jewellery Maker products this morning on the trade show. This is the way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day by taking advantage of our star buy deals. Look at this for a rather exceptional price point. Less than £6.50 per strand if you get hold of our 2-for-1 peridot deal. It's a star buy chance. It's only available for the next 60 minutes. If you want to add peridot to your collection, this is the best value we can offer you. Gems of distinction quality peridot, a gemstone that we don't find it, really easy to get hold of. It's getting easier, but we're always at Mother Nature's mercy. This is going to be your best chance to get hold of it because, of course, when this deal's over, the strands will return to the website, but at $12.95 each. Right now, you can get 2 for the price of 1. A star buy deal at $12.95 for 2 strands of gorgeous peridot, and actually, just have a look at it combined with the superstar buy this evening, beautiful emerald. Have a look at this for a combination. Oh, I love that. You've almost got a sort of pastel, fresh tone from this green emerald, and then combined with the vibrancy of the peridot, that really works for me. So your peridot 2-for-1 deal still available currently, and your superstar buy, gorgeous emerald, coming up at about 9:15 this evening. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Have I got a little one? This. Oh, okay, I see. Right, so we launched the show with a trade show style offer, the opportunity to own 10 bracelet boxes for $8.95, and I think somebody's interested to know the dimensions. Is that right? Oh, they're just 10 by 10. I thought you wanted me to measure it. I'll just check. 10 by 10. So they're 10 by 10. Oh my word. Throwing them all over the place. Oh right, and there it is on screen. So if you do want to add it to your order, maybe you weren't quite home by 5 o'clock, maybe you've just walked in the door and you've got a craft fair coming up pretty soon, add this offer to your order. 10 gift boxes for $8.95. They're very professional as well. Gorgeous velvet finish inside. Absolutely beautiful. This is the way to professionally present your jewellery designs. If you want to add those to your order, maybe you just got your order started with that 2-for-1 peridot deal, and add it to your order deal for just $8.95. And as I say, you do get 10 of those. So you don't just get one, you get 10 for $8.95. We'll leave that one with you. It's available while stocks last. We're going to move on. And we're going to move on now to gorgeous iolite. Now, we're bringing you some very rare gemstones this evening. And some gemstones that have a lot of prestige, a lot of history attached to them. However, maybe this is the kind of gemstone strand for the elite jewellery maker, somebody who's getting personal commissions from somebody who has a depth of knowledge about gemstones. Maybe these are for the kind of jewellery maker who works on very high skill level, but still just creates jewellery designs for themselves, and as a result, you can appreciate the prestige of working with a gemstone like iolite. You understand the inherent value of iolite. So, I understand that when you're selling jewellery designs at maybe a craft fair, it's going to be the likes of your rubies, your sapphires, your tanzanites, your emeralds that sell very well because they're most recognisable. What about if you're making jewellery designs for yourself? Presumably, you want jewellery designs that, encapsulate how you feel about jewellery, about gemstones, about yourself. You want to, my old mantra is look good, feel good. And if you are working with some of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, this could be the one for you. And actually, such depth of colour on these beautiful iolites. I mean, these are gorgeous, aren't they? As a result, you're getting this beautiful luster. You can see, once again, that's all thanks to the lapidary work. Step cut facets. You can see the way it's almost a reflective quality because of the depth of colour that you've got here combined with the faceting work. Now we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction on Iolite tonight, only available for the next 60 minutes. Let's have a look at the current price on this Gems of Distinction strand, $11.95. And we're not staying there tonight. This is a miss it, miss out deal. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number right now. I've been busy all day here at Jewellery Maker, and it's not slowing down now that we're into the late show. Down to $6.95. That is a price point I was not expecting. I have to say, I was expecting that to go to $9.95, and even that's a bit too low for Iolite. This is a gemstone that's been revered for hundreds of years. Originally used by the Vikings, who believed they could actually navigate themselves through the oceans thanks to this gemstone. They believed that the light would disperse through the gemstone in such a way that they could almost use it like a type of compass, if you like. Nowadays, we appreciate this gemstone for the same reason that it takes its name from, I believe. Beautiful violet tones, those gorgeous rich purple colours as well. If you do want to add this to your order, it's available at this clearance miss it, miss out price for the next 60 minutes, but I have to warn you, I only have a limited amount available. And over half the stock's already been allocated, so for my money it looks like this beautiful strand of violet. I mean, they're not small, are they? They're really rather large chunks. They've still been faceted. They've all been faceted, but they range in size from 10 by 7 to 22 by 12. So if you've been inspired by Laura Binding, our wirework expert this afternoon, for me, because of the irregularity in the sizes and the faceting, these make gorgeous wirework rings. I'm going to leave that one with you at $6.95. Of course, it's only available at that price while stocks last, or for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on though. And we're going to move on to gorgeous white topaz. Gemstone that's making a little bit of an impact on the jewellery market at the moment, because for many high-end jewellers, white topaz is becoming a bit of a replacement for diamonds in terms of an accent gemstone. Of course, if somebody's trying to create a diamond piece, then that's what they're going to source. But when you're working with other semi-precious gemstones, and diamonds have traditionally been used as the accent stone, we're actually finding that topaz can fill a void, because of course the kind of diamonds that you're going to use as small accent stones are often going to be of low grade, so they're going to be sort of PK diamonds, which are of lower standard, and as a result you don't get a clarity or the sparkle that you would actually be looking for in a diamond. Instead, some designers are starting to accent using white topaz. Now these, for me, are more feature gemstones because they're top drilled, faceted, pear shaped, so very, very easy to work with. They almost have a sort of icicle-like feel to them, don't they? 55 carats in total. Now you can do your own research. You can actually go down the high street and have a look for a white topaz pendant. You're going to be surprised when you see the kind of price points that people are charging for quite simple topaz jewellery in many ways, because they're going to have set it potentially into silver, you know, a very simple bail. You could easily recreate the high street looks with a gemstone that is popular on the high street. But of course, topaz isn't solely used by high street jewellers. This is also growing in popularity from month to month with some of the biggest designers on the planet, and you can offer your customers the exact same opportunities as they do thanks to us here at Jewellery Maker and our connections through the Genuine Gemstone Company. If you want to own this strand of topaz, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price. $11.95. I'll tell you what, another thing to consider here is that, was it tomorrow, Becky was saying they were doing a bridal show. These are absolutely crying out to be included in say a tiara design or a hair comb, a gorgeous, oh actually, just a simple topaz pendant. You know, if you don't want your jewellery to detract from your gorgeous bridesmaids' dresses, this could be the perfect way to go. $11.95. Have a look at what you can potentially be paying on the high street for topaz jewellery. You can easily create a matching set of topaz earrings with the pendant here using the graduation in sizes. They range from 6x4 to 13x7. White topaz available right now for $11.95. I'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Moving on to another very rare gemstone, another gemstone that we struggle to source even here at Jewellery Maker. And there's a few different reasons why. Now, regular jewellery makers and gemstone collectors who watch the show will already be aware of the problems that turquoise has on the market. But if you're new to jewellery making, you might think, oh, I've seen turquoise out and about. Problem with trying to source it in big numbers is that there's lots of imitation turquoise out there. People, unscrupulous people I should say, sort of dyeing other minerals and pretending it's turquoise. Of course, that's not a problem here at Jewellery Maker because we do lab test all of our gemstones to ensure we're offering you exactly what we say we are. But of course, it's not just that. Turquoise is very, very popular. Not just, you know, with us here as handmade jewellery makers, but as I say, some of those big names love to create, and they actually tend to create turquoise collections. So they have a standalone collection that features this gemstone. Once again, you can achieve that as well now thanks to Jewellery Maker, but it does make the turquoise market extremely competitive. And of course, another gemstone that has a very deep and rich history. We believe that we've been mining for turquoise for over 6,000 years. So that just goes to show that even ancient civilizations believed that turquoise had a sort of mystical look about it and added something, because, you know, this hasn't just been sort of mined for use as a material. We've actually found examples of jewellery designs that are thousands of years old featuring gorgeous turquoise. And I always like to mention this fact, but turquoise, the colour, actually takes its name from the gemstone. So we were aware of this mineral long before we were aware of the colour tone, if you like. So the colour tone's been derived from the gemstone itself, because of course it comes in this natural sort of lagoon green, bluish tone. And just have a look at what you're getting there, because the other key identifiable thing about turquoise is this beautiful banding, isn't it? I think that's one of the things we associate with the gemstone itself. 50 carats here, and I can tell you now we only have a limited number available. We know how popular turquoise is. Another very familiar gemstone to a lot of your clients and customers. Let's have a look at our price this evening. $19.95 for 50 carats. You know, often we'll sort of maybe get bogged down a little bit in the price point. Have a look at what you're getting here. 50 carats of turquoise in these gorgeous, delicate little 6x3. They're called puppy coins. I call them more sort of buttons, if you like, because they have got a flat finish on the surface, on the table of gemstone, and then a bit of a curvature. So they're almost button-like gemstones. $19.95 for 50 carats of turquoise. Again, go and do your own research. Have a look at the kind of price points people and very, very high-end designers are charging for turquoise jewellery. The Turkish stone, revered for thousands of years, but thanks to the buying power that you have given us here at Jewellery Maker, we can now offer you 50 carats of this beautiful gemstone for $19.95. For me, that is one not to miss out on, especially if you are starting to get those personal commissions coming through, because when you Give your clients the opportunity to own turquoise jewellery. They're not going to be disappointed, and that's going to give you the means to create profit within your jewellery designs. We're going to move on though to beautiful Praise Your Light. Another gorgeous gemstone, another very familiar gemstone. Hold on, how large is this gemstone? Have a look at this, just this one here. Absolutely huge. That is a money-making gemstone. That is the kind of gemstone that's going to allow you to justify the price points you want to achieve. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of gemstones on this strand. I'm really sorry to do this, and I know I'm going to get in trouble, but I'm just thinking 20 centimetre strand. Well, just short of the ruler, so 27 centimetres I make it, but 20 centimetres as a conservative minimum. Just have a look how many gemstones you've got here. Beautiful clarity. And actually, as Laura Binding informed us on Friday, it's really all about what you team it up with. So when you're talking about a traditional gemstone like amethyst, most people are going to go to that same place, that rich purple tone. Of course, many people won't even be aware that these pastel shades of green are available. Now, when you look at a gemstone that's been given this beautiful polished finish to the surface, and it does have this gorgeous clarity, I mean, it's retained that pastel green tone, but because of that gorgeous clarity, when the light passes through it, it's going to have this very, very subtle tone. But then, of course, if in different light sources, it's going to maybe bring out more of these bottle greens, which are going to enhance different kinds of designs. So you could team this up with something really vibrant, such as maybe some traditional amethyst, something regal like this, and then you're going to get that sort of interchangeable feel. And actually, straight away, I put it next to a darker gemstone, and we're starting to pick out more of that depth of colour, more of those forest greens, or these bottle greens. Then, of course, I'm going to team it up with, I'm thinking maybe something like these white topaz. Then all of a sudden we can start to play on more of the pastel shades that we're getting with our green amethyst. So again, lots of design scope when you're working with these gemstones, and in all honesty, you really need to see them in the flesh and maybe consider the kind of designs you're going to be putting together. Maybe create a bit of a mood board as part of the creative process. There you go, once again you can see those rich green tones coming through once they've been placed in maybe a darker environment. We are going to give you an exclusive price reduction on this Gems of Distinction quality green amethyst this evening. Let's have a look at our current price. So currently all of these green amethysts are available for $12.95. I mean, if you think about it, they're so elegant, the finish is so perfect that, for me, these will be used within probably elegant evening wear. So I don't think you're going to be charging $12.95 for anything you create. However, even if you did, you're going to make a profit now, because we've dropped the price to $8.95. Congratulations to everybody who came through before we crashed the price. Everyone's going to pay the same final low price, so don't worry about that. And of course, at $8.95, that is an absolutely ridiculous price. It's an add it to your order price. In many ways, it's a bit of an addition to your trade show offers, isn't it? So if you already express the fact that you have got a successful jewellery making business, or even if you've just got ambitions of having a successful jewellery making business, then these are the deals that you've got to be snapping up. I only have a limited amount available, and at $8.95, that is totally ridiculous. You can take advantage of this deal right now. Add it to your order. You've still got your 30-day money-back guarantee, because, of course, in 60 minutes' time, this is going to return to the original price of $12.95. If you want to get hold of it, dial that free phone number right now, or alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave that one with you because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Making. Time now for another Star Buy, and on this occasion we have bundled together a collection of items and we're about to give you a massive saving. Have a look at what we're offering you first. I'm going to show you the gemstones first. Beautiful coated amethyst. Now these are quite interesting actually. They do have that traditional purple tone, that regal colour that I think most people associate with gemstones, but then they've been given this sort of coating which almost gives them a sort of silver shimmer when the light plays on the surface of the facets. You can see really uniform faceting on these rounds. They're 9mm in size. Imagine it. I can imagine a statement macrame bracelet featuring these. Gorgeous. Oh, do you know what these do work beautifully with? A peridot. Look at that for a colour combination. So if you got hold of that, our last Star Buy, that 2-for-1 deal on peridot, then why not add these to your order? Of course, if there are any available of this deal, you can continue to add that to your order for the next half an hour. 2-for-1 deal on your peridot. Right now, I'm bringing you this coated amethyst. These are 9mm faceted rounds, and that's not all you get. Have a look at these golden tiger's eye. This is a beautiful combination. Lots of opulence here because you've got the regality of the purple tones, and then you've got the rich opulence from the golden tones in your tiger's eye, and you've got a lot of tiger's eye here. In fact, you've got over 700 carats, 740 carats in total. These are 14 by 9mm wheels, and have a look at this. This chatoyancy, this optical property, almost a cat's eye-like effect. See that? Beautiful. And you get a lot of gemstones here. Just have a look. Look at all them. And they're real interesting, aren't they? These sort of rondelles or wheels as they've been classified. So you get your amethyst and your tiger's eye, but that's not all. You also get some appropriately coloured threading materials. You get your golden satin cord, almost a sort of buttercup yellow tone there. And that's 10 meters of 1mm satin cord. And you get your 0.6 gauge copper wire. 10 meters of your wire as well as your satin cord. I mean, I was just saying about a macrame bracelet featuring these 9mm faceted rounds. Imagine this for a colour combination. The golden satin cord with the coated amethyst. That looks rather fantastic. And the golden tiger's eye there as well, maybe. This amazing wire, so versatile. Your 0.6mm gauge, perfect for your detailing within your wire work, or of course your binding work. So if you pardon the pun, sorry, but you know, if you are creating structural pieces, maybe ornamental pieces like Alison Howe puts together, once you've created the different parts of the structure, you need to bind it together using certain wire. 0.6, perfect for that. A little trick I learned from our expert Laura binding is to take 2 strands of 0.6 wire, bind them together, 1.2mm, perfect for your structural work. So actually, you can use it for anything. And of course, these gorgeous gemstones. Now, if you were to buy this separately from us here at Jewellery Maker on our website, the 4 individual components, it would cost £21.30. That is not going to be your Star Buy price this evening. Let's have a look at our Star Buy saving. £11.95. Best part, £10 back in your pocket. So if you're already considering adding these to your order, this is the best chance to get these into your collection and make, I'll tell you what, this is going to be embarrassing to do, but can we drop the price by 65p? so that we save everybody exactly £10. Every little helps. You know, it's these small savings that allow you to maximise on your profits when you are selling your jewellery. The reason that I am focusing a little bit on that this evening, I understand there's lots of hobbyists out there. The reason that I'm concentrating on that tonight is, of course, we had our trade show this morning in which we brought you lots of wholesale opportunities. We had lots of people flying in to get hold of this, so I'm starting to think there's a few more profitable jewellery makers out there than I'm led to believe. If that's you, or maybe you just have ambitions of achieving these kind of sales. I mean, to be honest, even if you're not going to turn over a huge amount of profit, for example, maybe you're not going to make loads and loads of money, you're not going to retire to Barbados based on your small jewellery making business. I understand that, but just that feeling, that, you know, satisfying feeling of having somebody even just say to you, where did you get that? I want to get one. You say, well, I made it myself. And it's all it takes for somebody to say, could you make me one? All of a sudden it starts to snowball. You've started out with a hobby, but now somebody's appreciated your creativity, your talent, and they want to experience your jewellery designs. It could happen, and you need to have the items in stock when it does to make sure you can meet demand. This is your best opportunity to get hold of some very, very popular components, but with a £10 saving. Congratulations to Thora, Karen, Vanessa, Diana, Michelle, Lynn, Pat, Kaylee, Helen, Marianne, Darren, Tracy, Alison, Ellie, Lisa, Emily, Janet, Jane. Lots of new buyers, lots of anonymous buyers. If you want to add this to your order, if you want to take advantage of a £10 saving on satin cord, wire, amethyst and tiger's eye, sorry, this is your opportunity. A star buy deal at £11.30. I was a little bit naughty, got a little bit knocked off for you, but every little helps, and of course we aim to make these items as accessible as possible and allow you to maximise on your own profits as a jewellery maker. I'm going to leave this one with you now. It is a star buy deal. It will expire in 60 minutes. So if you want to save yourself £10, if you want to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, this could be the deal for you. I'm going to leave that one there. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, I'm going to reveal who is my design of the week. Don't go away.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Amethyst is a gem which you can get in so many different colours, so many different shades, so many different clarities, and at Jewellery Maker we're lucky enough to have pretty much every single imaginable example of amethyst, whether it's natural Coloma Mine Zambian amethyst or whether it's going to be really highly prized lavender amethyst. And it's a gemstone which people have heard of, it's a household name, it's a gemstone with so much heritage, and it's worn by people of all ages, from all classes of society, and it's a fantastic gem to own.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the Late Show. You're watching Ed Mackay. Thank you for joining us this evening, and we know how busy it has been all day here at Jewellery Maker, mostly thanks to the wholesale trade offers that we brought you all morning long with Vicky and Mark. Now, very, very popular shows, and I think partly the reason that the trade shows are so popular are, of course, the unbelievable value we can offer you, because, of course, if we bundle more items together, we can give you better value, because we can justify, you know, going slightly lower on the price because we're selling much more to you. But the other thing which I think makes those shows so popular is the aspiration that people already have to turn their hobby into a small business. I was saying this over the weekend actually, and I can actually relate perfectly to this because, you know, for a living, I do what I love. I love to make TV, and that's what I do. And of course, for jewellery makers, you know, you start off with a hobby that you love and it grows into a business. That's a really exciting concept, isn't it? To sit down every day and earn money by doing the thing you love, that's, I suppose, the ultimate dream. Do you agree with that, Dan?
I agree with that.
Dan, you run your own business, don't you? And you love to
Make video production.
Yeah.
Stuff videos. I love it. Yeah.
So there you go. So Dan runs his own business doing video production, and that's what he loves, that's his passion. So, you know, we can really relate to jewellery makers who are successful enough to maybe elevate their hobby into a small business. Now maybe you're sitting there thinking, listen Ed, I'm not interested in that, okay? I love to just sit down on my own with a cup of tea and create a beautiful bracelet or necklace design for myself to wear. Don't panic, I've got something for you as well. Something for every single jewellery maker tonight, and if you've already got a P&P up and running thanks to your trade show deals, then I'm going to find an ad at your order price so that you can maximise on paying just $2.95 a day for your P&P. Now before we go on, I know that my producer's desperate for us to show some more deals, and that's exactly what we're going to crack on with just shortly. But last week I launched a little competition via my Facebook site, or of course if you want to send them in to me as well, that's fine as well. But basically it's a little bit a little play on Wall of Fame, except it's not random. Instead of it being you know, picked out of a hat, I'm going to select the design that's caught my eye the most. So the way to do this is to like my Facebook page. You go to Facebook, and it's Ed Presenter with a lowercase p. Will take you to my site. You can like that, and then you'll be able to tag me into the pictures of your jewellery designs. Alternatively, if you do want to send them in, we'll get their address up for you before the end of the show. But basically, after I launched this last week, and the successful person last week was Paula Wright, and your bead scoop has been sent out, Paula, so it'll be with you in a couple of days. And I'm going to give another bead scoop away today. This time to somebody who caught my eye by incorporating a lot of the different concepts that I talk about on the show. So the idea that working with the nuggets and the more organic cut will feed into your designs, it will provide you with texture, it will sort of give you that link to nature, which I think is why we work with genuine gemstones, and because we had such a focus on wire work, because Laura was with us on Friday and she was giving us lots of inspiration about how you can use wire to make your gemstones go that little bit further. This, for me, is the design which encapsulates all of those ideals, and it's been put together by, well, we'll show the design and then maybe somebody will see it and be like, that's my necklace. Look at that. So you can see here, perfect use of turquoise there, because I like the fact that we've got the plain rounds and the organic nuggets working together, and what a colour combination. The turquoise colour tones with those copper wire shades, that really, really works, doesn't it? Love these little coils of wire. So this is another perfect way of making those gemstones go a little bit further. We've just seen that turquoise can be maybe a considered price point, but of course, if you work with it in an innovative way and you make the most of your own creativity, I mean, look at the finish there as well. Very, very professional finish. In case she's not watching, but hopefully you're jumping up and down at the screen, because this was put together by Deborah Hopkins. Woo, woo. So well done, Deborah. I will send a bead scoop out to you. I'll contact you on Facebook and get your customer number. I did pick another design of Deborah's just to show really how gorgeous her wire work is. And this is a massive advert for wire work as a discipline. No gemstones involved. And have a look at the finish once again that Deborah's able to achieve. What's that noise? It's Laura Binding shaking in her boots. I can hear her. I can hear her while she's packing up. So well done, Deborah. Your designs are fantastic. We are going to send a bead scoop out to you over the weekend. And of course, if you want to enter, then go and like my Facebook page and tag me into your designs. I have been looking through them all. So well done to Deborah. And actually, congratulations to everybody who tagged me into a design. It's just that seemed to encapsulate a lot of the themes that we were discussing over the weekend. So we're going to move on. And we've got some silver coated pyrite. So it goes down the similar route to the pink coated pyrite because it's an alternative finish to a familiar gemstone, but on this occasion feeding even more into the idea of using this gemstone as a layer of texture within your designs, if you like, because it allows you to incorporate that metallic shimmer into your designs without having to invest in, you know, expensive silver and gold. Here, because you've got that traditional silver tone, this is going to work in so many different designs. These are coated pyrite, so this is a colour treatment that we've given to it. It traditionally comes in the golden tone, but this has more of a silver metallic finish. It's absolutely beautiful. Because actually, it's probably got a little bit more shine than you would get from traditional sterling silver. 100 carats in total, and I think that this has proved to be very, very popular when it's been seen on the morning show. Maybe we haven't had too many opportunities to bring it to you on the late show. These are cushion cut pyrite, so again, another quite irregular shape. We don't usually find pyrite being cut and faceted into these beautiful cushion cut shapes. Traditionally, we're thinking about the droplets, aren't we? They range in size from 7mm to 9mm. I've already got lots of interest, so if you do want to get involved, my advice is start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price. Okay, so here, so just as I was about to say that, my producer said, you know what, I think we're going to give everyone a treat. So this is the current price on the website, $9.95. Don't panic if you've already got involved, that's just smart buying. Everyone's going to pay the same final low price now of $7.95. So congratulations to Kaylee, Karen, Janet. That is the way to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker. The second you see something you like, you know you're getting the best value on the market, so start dialing that free phone number. And of course, if we decide to give you a little clearance price, that is just an added benefit to you. So right now, again, another wholesale opportunity, because we are giving you an exclusive price reduction. It's only available for 60 minutes at this price, or more likely until the stock runs out, because we've got so many people flying in to take hold of this strand now. And as I say, I think it's just because it adds so much to your designs as a jewellery maker. You don't have to use it to incorporate a metal tone in. There may be fantastic designs that you want to work on that allows you to work with these beautiful silver tones. I mean, you can imagine it's a very traditional colour tone within jewellery, isn't it? And you can add this to your order right now for $7.95. Actually, when you look at the facets on the surface of the gemstone, again, they're quite uniformed, and therefore you get a very similar dispersion of light on the surface of each gemstone. So if you do want to add this to your order, it's available at the reduced price of $7.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. Have a look at this. One of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, and that's why it comes from our Gems of Distinction range. You can see here that, you know, these are presented slightly differently to our other strands. not to detract from the value that you're getting from our other strands, just to highlight the fact that these are of a particularly high quality, and of course the prestige which is represented by these gemstones. This of course is one of the big five. Well, it's the reason there's a big five. 20 carats of tanzanite. Traditionally we talk about a big four: emerald, ruby, sapphire and diamonds. But since the discovery of this gemstone in the late 60s, we now consider it to be a big five. And it's, you know, we're not under any illusions. It's partly because it was adopted by, you know, such a prestigious company such as Tiffany's. We obviously dedicated a lot of time and money, of course, into marketing this gemstone so that it would sit alongside the likes of diamonds and sapphires and rubies. But in order to create this kind of following, where, you know, it is one of the most popular gemstones at the moment, you know, it had to be beautiful in its own right. It had to offer something different. I mean, this is a gemstone thought to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds. That's of course based on the number of mines rather than the yields that we get from these gemstones. But of course we've got lots of mines all over the world mining for diamonds. Tanzanite, of course, is a one location gemstone. It's found in just one area of the world in Tanzania, and that's where it gets its name from. Now, the really, really interesting thing about this strand is the cut. Yes, it's beautiful. Yes, it has that traditional violet blue tone that we'd expect to see from tanzanite. But the difference here is the quality of the gemstone itself, and therefore the lapidus' ability to create beautiful plain rounds. Plain rains, I was going to say there, plain rounds, my apologies. Now these rounds actually range in size from 4mm to 6mm, so they're quite delicate, although the larger ones in the centre at 6mm, it's quite a traditional size for us to work with here at JewelleryMaker, or of course the 4mm. Can you imagine creating a tanzanite beady bead? Or working with your tanzanite within kumihimo or macrame? I mean, we're talking about a very, very high-end macrame bracelet if we're working with tanzanite, aren't we? But one of the key things about tanzanite is that, you know, we want to maximise on carat weights. That's the key thing. You know, I know that we enjoy gemstones because of the story attached to them, and of course their link to the natural world, the fact that Mother Nature has put these together for us. That's one of the things that draws us as gemologists and jewellery makers to the real McCoy. But of course there are commercial realities to mining and trading within gemstones, and you know, for people in other parts of the world, when they're trading in gemstones, they really have to maximise on their profits. So in order to do that, they focus on carat weights. That's traditionally the way that we decide on the value of a gemstone. You know, I've got a 4-carat gemstone here, I've got a 9-carat gemstone here. So, you know, that's the way that we judge a gemstone's worth and value. But actually, as a jewellery maker, there can be a whole different criteria involved, couldn't there? You know, maybe we want something with texture, maybe we want something with inclusions, maybe we want something that's easy to work with, maybe we want something that adds a metallic shimmer to our design. So we have got a far greater criteria to work to than a traditional jeweller or even a gemstone trader, because of course gemstone trader only interested in carat weight, a jeweller traditionally carat weight and clarity. Jewellery makers could have an abundance, a whole list of reasons to get involved with a different gemstone. Now traditionally when we do bring you tanzanite, and you know, when I took over the channel as a sales manager 3 years ago, I never thought we'd get to bring you tanzanite. In fact, I remember the first day we launched tanzanite, I came in, even though it was a day off, I was just so excited to bring it to you, and that is how we all feel here at JewelleryMaker. We're all just a part of this. You know, we're part of the family. We love what we do. I see people in here on their days off all the time, just because they want to be a part of the madhouse. Now, as I say, I was literally bouncing off the walls the day we brought tanzanite to you for the first time, and I think it was quite small rondelles. Nowadays, we have got such an amazing range of tanzanite on our website. Have a look right now, put tanzanite in there, you're going to see faceted drops, nuggets. We brought you those nuggets the other night, didn't we? In fact. Now, the one thing I'll tell you that we don't see a great deal of is plain rounds. In fact, have we got any other strands of plain rounds on our website? My producer will find out for me. I very much doubt it, because it's actually a very difficult cut to achieve when it comes to tanzanite. It's not something that, you know, a lapidary would traditionally go for in this gemstone, because of course it has that prestige. They know how sought after it is, how sellable it is, how in demand it is, and of course if you can maximise on the carat weight of it, you're going to make more money. That's the commercial reality of working with a stone like this. Everybody's after it, and the bigger the carat weight, the more you can charge. That's sort of the traditional mode of thinking for a gemstone trader, isn't it? But when you are creating a cut for a jewellery maker, you want to be able to offer them something different. Here, plain rounds of tanzanite ranging from 4mm to 6mm. And to be honest, when you do see a faceted gemstone, you know, the lapidarist in many ways, yes, there's a lot of work that goes into the facets, and of course, on many occasions it will highlight the natural beauty of the gemstone. But when you create a plain round and you give it this polished finish, there's nowhere to hide. You've got to have that saturation of colour that you associate with the gemstone, and you've got to have a professional finish that allows a jewellery maker to highlight Mother Nature's handiwork and the beauty that lives within a gemstone like this. Now, this is the current price for this strand of gemstones on our website, and I don't know that there are any other plain rounds, certainly not of these delicate sizes, I wouldn't have thought. And this evening, for the next 60 minutes, we're about to give you an exclusive price reduction. This is going to be your best opportunity to get hold of this strand of tanzanite in beautiful plain rounds. $34.95, absolutely out of this world. Basically, my producer, Mr. Liam Nevitt, has just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket. And don't forget, the decision-making process doesn't start right now. We're not putting you under pressure now, of course not. We're just trying to show you some of the finest gemstones we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker, and of course provide you with this exclusive price reduction. But of course, it's only available with this reduction for the next 60 minutes, and your 30-day money-back guarantee is when the decision-making process begins. When this arrives at your door, when you see how gorgeous these tanzanites are, that's when your decision-making process kicks in. I mean, just have a look at the saturation of colour here. I mean, just have a look at that beautiful depth of colour. And it's really interesting, actually, because again, I was talking to Mr. Glenn Lehrer, one of the most talented lapidarists in the world, earlier today about tanzanite, and he was saying that, you know, traditionally, you know, where they do a lot of gemstone trading in India, for example, they're going to cut tanzanites the same way because that's what gives them the largest carat weight, and it's the way that brings out traditionally a lot of the blues in the gemstone. That's traditionally how you get the largest carat. Well, have a look at the violet tones that are coming through from this gemstone. These certainly haven't been cut for beauty, they've been cut for uniformity and to give you this really highly exposed gemstone thanks to these plain rounds. They're available right now with a £5 price reduction down to $34.95. If you want to take advantage, dial that free phone number right now, because that price point is only available for the next 60 minutes. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Oh, because it's now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and we're basically, I said we'd be offering something for everyone tonight. We're going from one end of the spectrum to the other here. Probably one of the most high-end and prestigious strands of tanzanite we've ever brought you here at Jewellery Maker, and now a star buy offering, a wholesale deal on genuine gemstones. 3 of our most popular gemstone cuts here, and real variation of colour tones. So perfect for the summer months, and perfect for lots of different jewellery making scenarios, really, because you've got all these candy pop colours, you've got gorgeous banding on many of the gemstones, and they're all in a very popular cut, the oval shape. Let's have a look at the gemstones. We've got beautiful carnelian here, 190 carats in total. Lovely variation of colour tones there, which lots of people are looking for in their gemstones. 16 by 12 mil on your carnelian. Then you've got your fuchsia banded agate. This is 140 carats, and again the ovals are 16 by 12 mil, and same size again on your multi-coloured flourite, giving you more of those pastel shades. So the purples, the greens, beautiful golden tones. Absolutely fantastic. Now ovals are really useful, aren't they? Very versatile, that's the thing, because they're very easy to work with, and you can use as many or as little in a design as you wish. I mean, you could just take one of these fantastic banded or striped fuchsia agates. I mean, just one is going to create a gorgeous ring design that people are going to notice, and it's going to be totally bespoke. No 2 gemstones are going to be the same thanks to that striping, that banding on the surface of the gemstone. Very similar feel from your flourite, actually. And when we're talking about versatility, orange gemstones are where it's at. That's my decision. I'm sticking to it. Perfect for the summer months because you get those beautiful orange tangerine-like tones. Perfect for spring because they sit so well alongside the pastel shades. Maybe you could team it up with the flourite, for example. In the winter, they're going to bring you warmth. In the autumn, well, enough said. They're going to work in the autumn, aren't they? All those fall-like colours. What's so funny, cameraman Pete?
Enough said.
You just thought it was funny when I said enough said. It's true though, isn't it? When you think about those autumnal tones, carnelian, perfect. Now the ovals as well, of course, perfect for your pendants, and perfect for use within bracelets and necklaces. Have a look at this. I love the way these have been teamed up in this necklace design. This has been put together by one of our resident jewellery makers, Sue. And actually this is a really interesting technique for incorporating different textures into your designs. So here, because you've got very similar shapes and they're all high polished finished gemstones, maybe the jewellery maker here in this instance, Sue, is thinking there's not a lot of texture going on here. So instead they've incorporated a different material. This is this suedette cord. Actually it looks almost spiderweb-like, doesn't it? Very defined, thanks to the use of this white suedette cord. But that's just an interesting way to link. So you've almost created sort of chain-like links, where on one side you've got the suedette cord, on the other you've got a variety of the gemstones, and you can see here, you know, carnelian, fuchsia agate and flourite all together there. All 3 gemstones, you can see how well they work together. Absolutely gorgeous, I love this. And actually, it looks to me, yes, so there's a carnelian, a fuchsia agate and a flourite on each loop, individual loop of the chain, so it's fantastic. And of course, it is a star buy deal, so we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction. If you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. I've already got people multi-buying this. So many people have got open orders today, thanks to the trade show, that people are just trying to maximise on that 1p&p. And we are going to find something for everyone. Congratulations to Sue, Chantal, Judith, Rosalind, New Buy, Michelle. In fact, I'm not going to read all the names out. Let's get the price on screen. £12.90 for 3 strands of gemstones, and they're not small. You're getting a lot of gemstones for your money here. Huge carat weights, but really these could be used so easily and so in such versatile ways that, in all honesty, I mean, you could create wirework rings out of each and every one of these. Imagine how much profit you can make then. We're talking about what, £4.30 a strand here? Have a look at this. So it's £5 for a wirework ring, isn't it? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25 on one strand. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25 on the carnelian as well. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24 on that one. So that's annoying, isn't it? 74 gemstones in total here in these gorgeous ovals. And as I say, you've got the femininity from your fuchsia agate, you've got the versatility of the beautiful carnelian, and then you've got this unique banding and the pastel tones from your flourite. If you want to get involved, lots of people are multi-buying this 3-strand pack now. It's available right now for £12.90. We're going to leave it on our website for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to take advantage of this star buy deal, start dialing that free phone number right now, or alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, and that will allow you to add that to your order. I'm going to leave that to one side now. And of course, coming up in what, 15-20 minutes time, one of our most popular deals. I can see it. Follow me. No, Pete, it's too late for that now. You can't be running over there to get it now. It wasn't ready. Hello. So this is where our floor managers set up all of the products for our shows. They're very busy, very busy. Floor managers, they do all the work really. So we'll come back over here, we'll let you off. Pete's nodding there, I saw a lot of nodding there, Pete. Nice one, mate. So anyway, our floor managers basically control anything that we want on this desk, and anytime, for example, Laura Binding slams the door on the way out, she'll get told off by the floor manager. So hopefully she's already home, because we have got a deal for all of the wire workers out there. Turquoise colour copper wire. This is your 0.6mm gauge wire and your 0.25mm gauge wire, so perfect for all that detailing work that Laura's been inspiring us with this afternoon. This is coming up as a deal, a star buy deal no less, in just 15 minutes time. I know how many people are going to fly in on the phone line to get hold of that Pacific trade show deal. And of course, don't forget, coming up at 8:45 this evening as our superstar buy, this incredible strand of emerald. Now, I know that many people will be looking at that thinking, wow, that looks like Colombian emerald. I think that's going to be a little bit maybe out of my gemstone budget for this month. Let me tell you, even though you can see those colour tones, this is not officially Colombian emerald. And I am going to launch it for under £30 this evening, so don't miss out on that deal. We're going to move on, and we're going to offer you, whoa, these are huge. Are these huge Keshi pearls? Oh my word, have a look at these. They actually look like the little leaves, you know, the carved quartz leaves that we have sometimes. These Keshi pearls, because they're a little bit larger than the traditional sizes of Keshi pearls that we see, have a look at these. Then they look like little leaves. Nobody's agreeing with me, am I wrong? They just don't want to talk to me. That's what it is. Have a look at the finish you've got on these beautiful Keshi pearls. So, silver tones again, very, very easy to incorporate into your designs, but then you get this beautiful pearlescence, the fuchsia pinks, the lime greens, absolutely fantastic. I have to warn you, I only have single figures of availability on this strand, so if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number now. These beautiful Keshi pearls, you know, handcrafted by Mother Nature herself to give you those irregularities and the sizes and the shapes, which again, it's going to add texture to your designs, isn't it? If you want to get involved, start dialing now. Here comes the price for the last 8 strands of top drilled Keshi pearls in this beautiful silver tone. So under £10. I mean, these, again, perfect for those bridal commissions that are already starting to come through for the spring and summer months, I'm sure. And I have to tell you, Marie, Kathleen, Sharon, new buyer, you have taken us now down to the final 4 strands in stock. So half the stock's now been allocated on these Keshi pearls. I think, again, when we're working with a very traditional gemstone like a pearl, and when we're working with a gemstone which is really more of a mineral than, you know, a crystal formation, I think that the organic feel actually adds to our designs. There's so much texture, there's so much you can do with a Keshi pearl that maybe you wouldn't be able to achieve with a round. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. If you do want to add those to your order, as I say, very limited stock now. We're now moving on, to another example of Peridot, beautiful green amethyst. Now look at the subtlety of the colour tone you've got here. This gorgeous fresh apple green, and actually as a result of the subtle hue that you're getting from the gemstone, it's really making the facets come to life, isn't it? Now I know that for lots of people it's difficult to decide which colour tones to include in their jewellery designs, because maybe, you know, certain colour tones aren't going to go with your skin tone or your hair colour. When you're working with these more pastel shades, these apple greens, they're going to work, aren't they? 50 carats in total. These are faceted ovals. Gorgeous faceting here. Clearly a very, very talented lapidurist who's been working on these gemstones, and that's nothing short of what they deserve because of the quality that you're getting here in this green amethyst. 30 centimetre strand. You're getting a lot of gemstones on this strand. They range in size from 6x4 to 9x6, and here comes your price this evening. Whoa, $7.95. That is an absolute steal of a deal. This is the way to maximise on your 1P&P. If you've already got involved today, you can add this strand of amethyst to your order for $7.95. Again, look at the huge number of gemstones you get here. Imagine what you're going to team this up with, whether it's, you know, something like this, maybe a different tone of green, maybe this emerald coming up later in the show. Just 2 hours to wait now for that. That looks fantastic. I don't want to get over that one, but how about this, the Mexican fire opal coming up in about an hour's time. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? So it's once you actually see these gemstones in the flesh, once you sort of start to fall in love with them, once you start to see what you're going to match them up with, what they work with, that you're really going to make an informed decision as to whether these suit your jewellery designs. Imagine if I match them up with a traditional form of amethyst. How about this? Then you're almost telling a story within your piece of jewellery. This is the interesting thing about many of these gemstones. When you match them up with certain gemstones, they're going to take on different looks because of the way the light refracts within the gemstone itself, thanks to the crystal formations. When the deeper colour tones actually sort of infiltrate these gemstones, you get more saturation of colour. If you team them up with lighter shades, you're going to be able to play on that subtlety, that elegance. So again, they're offering you so many design opportunities. As, you know, a creative thinker, maybe it's the sort of the way that the gemstone starts to get those creative juices flowing and starts to make you visualize the finished piece that's actually going to allow you to enhance your design. $7.95 for 50 carats of green amethyst there, faceted ovals, and that is an added to your order price. We'll leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Ooh. Now, another gems of distinction strand of gemstones. Another very, very interesting gemstone. Woohoo! Look at that for fire. That's incredible. Now garnet's a really, really interesting gemstone. And that's because it forms in the same crystal structure as a diamond. This it's sort of an isometric 6-sided crystal formation, and so there's only a few gemstones that form in this way. Sorry, I've just pulled that off. I've just pulled the tassel off because I get too excited when I hold a gemstone that looks like this. Sorry, there you go. There you go. Oh wow, look at that. The really interesting thing about this is because it's a cubic or an isometric crystal formation that allows the garnet to come to fruition, it actually only has singular refractive index. So the light isn't going to bounce around inside a garnet and give you pleochroism. Instead, it's going to behave the exact same way as a diamond, for example. And to that effect, have a look at the brilliance you get here. Amazing brilliance, just like you see on a diamond, basically what many people would call sparkle. Have a look at that, and I don't think there's any denying that you're getting a lot of sparkle from this. Now, we've already discussed the versatility of orange gemstones and how they work in any season. The interesting thing about a garnet is that garnet isn't a species of gemstone, and it isn't even a family of gemstone. It's more of a group, and basically what that means is that there are traditional chemical compositions that make up a garnet, and it's always going to have the same parts of silica and oxygen, but other elements are going to come into play. So you can pick other elements from, you know, the pool, as it were, and they're going to slot in and give it these slight differences. So you can have you'd have one traditional chemical composition for red garnet, and then all of a sudden, maybe, for example, I'm probably wrong to say this, but you could drop maybe the silica and put calcium in its place, and now you've got a different chemical composition, but they're forming the same kind of crystal structure. And as a result, they're still classified as a garnet, but you get these alternative varieties. Have a look at this golden, tangerine-like glow you get from spessartite garnet. And this is growing in popularity year on year, to the point now where I'm starting to think that if I was given a choice between a traditional red garnet and some of these gorgeous spessartite or mandarin garnets, I'm pretty sure I know where I'd go. 30 carats of this very exclusive variety of garnet here. They range in size from 2x1 to 5x3, and here comes the price, $29.95. This is one of the highest quality strands of garnet I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker, rivaling that Mozambique garnet we had over the weekend. This is, and obviously it's offering us something different. Beautiful golden tones, almost marmalade like colour tones coming through here. There are people coming through at jewellerymaker.com, so if you want to add this to your order, it is a little bit limited in stock, so my advice, get it home, see it for yourself, experience that gorgeous fire, that beautiful brilliance, and then make your final decision. $29.95. We're going to leave that one. We're going to move on now to another Gems of Distinction strand, and it does come in this handy presentation box. Whoa! Is this the strand of sapphire that I launched, or did I not launch this one? I did. I did not. I'll tell you, I did launch one strand of blue sapphire, and I was literally beside myself at the quality, and this looks very, very similar to the one I mean, you can see once again exactly where I'm coming from. Look at that. Again, a gemstone. We're finding it very, very difficult to get hold of. And I don't just mean here at Jewellery Maker, I mean the open jewellery market. You know, our sister channel Gems TV, really struggling to get hold of sapphire to include in their designs. So really, if you're a talented jewellery maker, if you're working on that kind of elite level where you are selling your jewellery designs, this could be quite the investment for you, because you could end up offering something that many of the mainstream jewellers are struggling to get hold of. And look at the quality of the sapphires here. I mean, in all honesty. Oh yeah, I can see the owner of the company from here. He's hanging out with his buddy. Glenn Lara's distracting him, so he can't see what we're about to do, because I'm pretty sure he'd be coming down and saying, excuse me, why have you got jewellery quality sapphire when I can't get any for Gems TV? Have a look at the quality you're getting. I mean, the way it sparkles, it's this rich midnight blue, isn't it? Kind of blue that most people would associate with this gemstone. Look at the way it's sparkling. That's all thanks to the depth of colour and the way it's been faceted to allow it to sparkle in this way. Congratulations to Jewellery Makers already getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com. That's the way to shop from us. Get involved. The second you see something you like the look of, you've always got your 30-day money-back guarantee. You can always change your mind, but I've only got a limited number available. So if you're looking at this and maybe you're thinking, didn't Jean asked me to put together a high-end piece of jewellery for her daughter's wedding or what have you, this is the strand for you. The final 8 in stock, now down to 6 in fact. 15 carats of beautiful blue sapphire, which for me is bordering on being jewellery quality if it's not there already. Very delicate in size. They range from 2x1 to 3x2. Let's get the price on screen before this sells out. $24.95. We've honoured the launch price, so this is going to be your best, potentially your final opportunity to get hold of this strand. And I'm just thinking, maybe you got hold of this beautiful strand of tanzanite. Have a look at this for a combination. You got the violet tones coming from the tanzanite, break it up with some very, very high-end midnight blue sapphire. That is a fantastic combination. Love that. And imagine how high-end that is. 2 of the big 5 in one design. Tanzanite and sapphire. Maybe you don't want to team it up with tanzanite. Maybe you feel like that's going to be too much of a distraction. Maybe you don't want to use your midnight blue sapphires as an accent gemstone. Maybe you want it to take pride of place. Who can blame you? You only really need 2 or 3 of these, don't you? On a shepherd hook, on a head pin, onto a shepherd hook, sapphire earrings. I've only got 2 remaining strands now of this beautiful midnight blue sapphire. Congratulations to Sharon, Judith, Deborah, Anne, Arlene. If you want to add this to your order, Fran, you've just got involved as well. That takes us down to the final strand, in fact. So I'm going to leave that one with you. We'll leave 1 available just in case somebody is just making their mind up. So there you go, $24.95. If you do want to get hold of that, dial that free phone number right now. That's going to be a sellout tonight, isn't it? We're going to move out. Move out. Let's have a look. Now, we actually had a look at this when we were having a look at the green amethyst, the faceted variety. This is what most people are going to associate with beautiful amethyst. $190 carats in total. Look at these beautiful faceted nuggets. Again, I think when you're working with traditional gemstones that people are familiar with and you're trying to create a handmade bespoke design, something that looks different to the sort of machine-made jewellery that you'd find on the high street, working with these organic nuggets, these irregular cuts if you like, is going to feed into your designs. I mean, imagine just how much texture and dynamism you're going to get from this strand of amethyst. Let's have a look at our original price. We've only got a limited number available now, $12.95, and the man in charge of the pricing products, Mr. Nevitt, is about to give you an exclusive reduction. Only available for 60 minutes. We're taking this strand of amethyst under £10. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Looks like this could be a sellout this evening. I'm not surprised. The quality of this amethyst for that price point is absolutely unrivaled. That is us proving to you that we offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. Congratulations to everybody getting involved. And we're going to offer you a very complimentary strand now. This is beautiful iolite, but in faceted. I think they're going to be classified as saucers, and the way I always describe that, halfway between a bicone and a rondelle. So it's almost like a rondelle shape, so it has that cylindrical feel to it, but heavily faceted on the outer edge to give you those dynamic edges. Just have a look at the colour tone here. More violet colours, and in fact, how well would this work with your amethyst? You just made a saving on your amethyst. Why not put it towards this Gems of Distinction quality strand of iolite? 95 carats in total, look at that. So then you get the irregularity of the faceting on your nugget with more uniformity from your iolite, and two very prestigious and well-known gemstones as well. These particular iolites range in size from 5x2 to 9x4, but you've got a lot of gemstones here. Because of the shape and the way they've been cut, they almost interlock on the strand itself. Not only does that mean we can fit more gemstones on there for you, but also they're going to work so well in so many different designs. We only have a limited number available once again, and here comes your price this evening. $14.95. Have you seen how many gemstones you get on this strand? Have you seen how rich the colour tone is here? It really is somewhere in between a midnight blue and a violet or a cashmere blue tone. So picking out all of those violet notes, those purples, those rich blues as well. That is a very, very versatile gemstone. Totally natural, occurs this colour tone, and then you can see the quality of the gemstones from the way in which it's been cut by the lapidarists with the utmost respect and dedication to enhance Mother Nature's beauty there. Gorgeous iolite, a Gems of Distinction strand representing the best possible quality we can source for you, available right now for $14.95. If you want to add that to your order, dial that free phone number right now to avoid disappointment. We're going to leave that one with you because it is now time for yet another star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. We're at the halfway point of the show now, and we've got another trade show style offer. We have got here 200 meters of your wire here. So if you got your order up and running because you're inspired to turn your hobby into maybe I was going to say a small business, but let's just say a business. We don't know how big you're going to get, do we? So if you've been inspired by the trade show this morning to turn your hobby into a business, and then you're even more inspired this afternoon by Laura Binding's incredible work and designs, then this is the deal you've been waiting for all day. 200 meters of wire coming to you at a wholesale price. We've got your 0.6mm gauge, perfect for detailing and binding. We've got your 0.25mm, perfect for all that intricate work, maybe on your Viking knit, for example. I mean, we can see how versatile the colour tone is. I mean, to be honest, what did we just have in a row then? Amethyst, blue sapphires, iolite, tanzanite. You know, you can see these gemstones are going to suit being set alongside your turquoise wire. Maybe you don't want to create gemstone jewellery. Maybe you want to create some of this ornamental wire work. Have a look at what Alison put together, these gorgeous birds. And I have to say, I know this isn't going to make me popular with lots of designers, but I have to say this has to be one of the most emulated designs I've ever seen from us here at Jewellery Maker. At one point, it didn't matter what day I went onto Facebook, I saw an attempt at one of these birds, and very good attempt as well, I must say. Some very, very talented wire workers out there. If you're, you know, new to us here at Jewellery Maker and you think, why does he keep talking about Facebook? Trust me, go to our Facebook page, Jewellery Maker UK. We've got nearly 25,000 people on there sharing ideas, hints, tips, and of course, all of our designers are on there as well, sharing their experience and knowledge. So if maybe you're struggling with something, just put it up there. And we've even got a dedicated social networking team as part of our help team. And if you put a question up there, they will directly contact the designers and find out whatever you need to know. So, you know, we do really focus on the interaction side of things here at Jewellery Maker and giving you as much education, demonstration and of course value as we can. That's exactly what we're about to do as part of our wire deal. 200 meters of turquoise wire in your 0.6mm and your 0.25mm, and I have to warn you, we've already got pages and pages of people getting involved for this deal. We know how popular wire work is and we know why. As I say, I selected Deborah Hopkins as our design of the week this week because she was able to highlight the beauty and the accessibility of working with wire, because of course it allows your gemstones to go further, it allows you to incorporate new textures into your designs, and of course it's become a bit of a feature of this design, hasn't it? And if you are watching, Deborah, feel free to text through or message us at jewellerymaker.com and let us know what your inspiration for this piece was, because of course I am going to send you a bead scoop, and thank you very much for tagging me into your jewellery designs. Now, the wire deal, how many of these did we have? Quite a healthy quantity, over 100 available, but surely we're down to double figures already. Yeah, it looks like well over a third of the stock's already been allocated. We haven't even brought the price on screen. Now, if you were to buy these 2 reels of turquoise wire separately on any other day, it would cost you £29.90, so the best part £30, and as I say, we offer the best value on the market. We certainly aim to. So £29.90 is a very, very competitive price for what you're getting here. 200 meters of your turquoise coloured copper wire in your 0.6mm and your 0.25mm gauge, but that's not your price this evening. We wanted to give you a trade show deal, and that's exactly what we're about to do. $11.95. You're wondering what happened there. Dan just slammed the camera into my overhead monitor. So we've got monitors up above my desk where I can see information about the products and all your names coming through as you dial up. And they're quite low, they're hanging, and as Dan moved the camera forward, it smacked into the screen, so our apologies. But I have to say, this deal speaks for itself. 200 meters of turquoise coloured wire for $11.95. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. If you are somebody who maybe has just started to involve wire into your designs, this is the perfect deal for you. It's a trade show style offer. You're saving a small fortune. Nearly £20 worth of saving there. Would be $29.90. We're down to $11.95 for 2 reels of wire. Can't say fairer than that, surely, because of course it's a wholesale offer. We've put them together and, you know, we've taken a little bit of a hit in order to make these wire work deals as accessible as possible, and they are very, very popular. So congratulations to Pauline. Oh, Pauline, I see. There's a space between the Pauline, Anne, Sharon, Linda, Marianne, Enid, Helen, Sylvia, Sandra, Deborah, Jane, Linda, Fern, Stephen, Helen, Francesca, Jane, Mary, Rosalind, Margaret, Tracy, Janet, Fran, Sharon, David, Bryony, Tina. If you've put this in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, my advice right now is to be checking out to avoid disappointment. The reason we always say that is, of course, putting it in your basket doesn't guarantee you the item. It's just a signal of intent. So if there was 2 left, for example, and 2 were sitting in baskets and somebody dialed up for one, the person on the phone would have one of those allocated to their order. So if you are putting it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Well over half the stock's now been allocated. We started with 148 and we've got something like 60 remaining in stock. But I have to say about 20 of those are probably in people's baskets. So, you know, never take my word for it, because there's fluctuations in our system and I wouldn't want you to base your decision on that. What I would say is, if you need to get hold of wire, or if maybe it's something that you're thinking about experimenting with, start dialing now, because that is an unbelievable price and it's a star buy offer. It's only available for 60 minutes. Your wire deal, 0.6mm, 0.25mm, available right now while stocks last, for for $11.95. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, yet more late show deals.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. Come and join resident designer Linda as she guides you through various techniques in soutache. Get creative with this exciting medium and learn how to braid with round gemstones, how to set and wrap a cabochon, and how to make a back piece with ultra suede backing. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, soutache cord and ultra suede backing, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Come and join guest designer Sarah Elvin on our Kumihimo Projects Workshop. Explore the different materials used in both braiding and kumihimo, as well as learning a variety of patterns, ending techniques, and many more hints and tips to get you started. The full course includes a selection of satin cord and organza ribbon, a selection of gemstones and findings, gold-coloured copper wire, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and the museum, and a chance to visit our shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker and of course the Late Show. Now we just offered you an incredible wire deal. I can tell you about 2/3 of the stock has been allocated, so if you fancy getting involved with that wire deal, oh, my apologies, we've got around about 30 remaining in stock. So if you do want to get involved, dial that free phone number. Of course, if you are logged in at jewellerymaker.com, click to buy now, but they are quickly flying out the door. And congratulations to everybody who took advantage of that deal, because for me, that really epitomises what we're trying to do when we bring you wholesale offers. Now, as I say, we've got something for everyone tonight, not just for people who are selling their jewellery. How about if you're creating jewellery designs for loved ones as gifts, or for yourself? How would you like the opportunity to own beautiful emerald? One of the big four, one of the most revered gemstones in the world. 30 carats in total here. I love the colour tones that you're getting from this particular strand of emerald. And I can tell you We are going to launch this evening at about 8:45 at under £30. So if you want to own emerald, and you want, in fact, I can tell you now, it's going to be under £30, so that's less than £1 a carat for genuine emerald. That's coming up at 8:45 this evening. So if you want to get involved, dial that free phone number the second the graphics hit the screen. I only have a limited number of that strand, and coming up in less than an hour, beautiful fire opal. So we're going from the pastel greens of your emerald to the rich, vibrant tangerine tones of your beautiful fire opal. Real organic feel from this gemstone. This is coming up at the top of the hour, so around about 5 to 8, not long to wait at all, and coming up in about 20 minutes time. Am I right in saying it's another wholesale opportunity? The 10 strand super saver. I was just about to say that to you. I saw this when we were prepping actually, so I already knew. We only have a limited number available, I'm afraid. Have a look at this. Gorgeous combination of gemstones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 strand super saver coming up in about 15 minutes time actually, but I have to warn you, I've only got 31 available, so my apologies, but obviously it requires quite a lot of stock to put those together. Unbelievable value, best value of the night on genuine gemstones, and I can see Labradorite, black onyx, crackled quartz, opal. That's all coming up in 15 minutes time. Right now I can see the words we all love to hear, and they're behind my head. Clearance. And we're going to start with beautiful rainbow quartz. These are your clear quartz, but then they've been given a little bit of a treatment, so it brings out different colour tones. They're almost like little baby bubbles. You can see when you catch them in the light. In fact, I'm going to hold them up like this. Sorry, Director Bruce, to just change my mind there, but there you go. You can see that little sort of film on the surface of the gemstone, almost like that oil on water effect. Beautiful lilac pinks, turquoise tones, golden colours there. 130 carats in total. And these are your 9mm rounds, so very versatile, very easy to incorporate into your designs. And look at that high polished plain finish that you get from these gemstones. They are going to work with virtually any other gemstone. And here comes your price this evening. £9.95, under £10 for 130 carats of gorgeous rainbow colour coated quartz. And if you want to add these to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. We are extremely busy this evening here on The Late Show. Everybody who's already got a P&P up and running thanks to the trade show is maximising on that deal by adding to their order. Last in stock opportunities here on your rainbow colour coated quartz in your 9mm plain rounds, and it's available right now for £9.95, or so we thought. My producer has decided to give you an amazing deal. He's handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. He's taken that off the price of this strand. He's taken it down to £6.95. Now this really is a price you cannot ignore. Genuine gemstones enhanced to perfection, and they're available right now for £6.95. Of course, any price reduction you see here on Jewellery Maker is only available for the next 60 minutes. So now is the time to act, particularly if you've already got a P&P up and running. Get it home, see it in the flesh, imagine how it's going to work in your designs, see what gemstones you want to match it up with, and then make your decision. If you're not 100% satisfied, send it straight back to me. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. But right now, take advantage of our clearance price of £6.95, only available for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. Wow, how many of these have we got? I've got a funny feeling this is going to be a sellout deal. I've only got a limited number available, and I happen to know that this is a favourite gemstone with many, many jewellery makers. This is probably our most popular variety of agate, over the last 12 months here at Jewellery Maker. 550 carats of Botswana agate. Beautiful Botswana agate, and these are huge. Well, they've been called rectangles, but I think I'd probably call them slabs. I mean, look at the size of them. They're 35 by 25 mil in size. So each and every one is going to form a perfect pendant, really. It's going to be the focal point of many designs, and let's talk about its popularity. Let's discuss why so many jewellery makers love to work with this gemstone. Well, for a start, it makes the creative process so easy because you've got these earthy colour tones. You've almost got the drama from the storm cloud grey there leading into these earthy oranges and brown tones which suit so many jewellery designs. Of course, though that sort of colour zoning is broken up by this really individual banding, very defined on the surface of the gemstone. It's absolutely exquisite. I can think of one jewellery maker who's going to be really enthused by this. Anytime I stand next to Miss Debbie Bulford and she's got Botswana agate in hand, she's smiling. She loves these earthy colour tones. And we did have one design on the extruder DVD I think we made about 6 months ago, maybe longer now, but that she'd used Botswana agate as the accent gemstone. You could see that really it was the gemstone that had inspired the polymer work. So you can see you can draw so much inspiration from Mother Nature's handiwork, particularly when she's creating it in these gorgeous distinctive slabs of Botswana agate. Now I have to tell you, I only have a limited number available, and I've already got people literally flying in at JewelleryMaker.com putting this in their basket. If that's you, make sure you check out, and if you're dialing that free phone number right now, then good luck to you. Here comes your price point for over 500 carats of Botswana agate in these huge rectangles. I mean, if you just got hold of that gorgeous turquoise wire, can you imagine wire wrapping one of these gorgeous Botswana agate rectangles to create a beautiful pendant or a statement ring, perhaps? I mean, it is gonna, oh, sorry. My word. Mother Nature spends thousands of years creating it and then I drop it on the table. My apologies. Have a look at that. I mean, it's gonna make a massive statement, of course. Yeah, you know what? These statement rings are really on trend right now. Maybe, how about that? A 2-finger ring, because you imagine most jewellery makers are going to have smaller fingers than me. So it probably would. Yeah, have you not seen Laura Binding create a 2-finger ring, Director Bruce? Oh, we'll get her to knock you one up next time she's on. There you go. Or, of course, how about as a pendant? That, for me, is going to be the sort of traditional route for these rectangles. Oh, look at the banding on this one. That's gorgeous. Almost looks like a little island, doesn't it? On an island in the sun. Lots of people multi-buying this strand now. This could be a sellout this evening. Congratulations to June. You've got 2 strands of this. Michelle, you've got 2 strands as well. Elaine, you're there. Gail, Muriel, Linda, Yvette, Sue, Julie, Deborah, Elizabeth, Gloria, Fran, Rosalind, Owen and Linda, Christine, a new buyer. If you want to add this to your order, the time to act is right now to avoid disappointment. It's available for $10.95. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on because we've got a little message that we need to read out. Jen and Stefan have messaged us. They're watching the show in Malta and they say they're loving the show. We love you. If you want to get involved with the show, you can interact with us in a number of ways and we welcome that, especially here on the Late Show. We haven't always got a guest designer, so on many occasions you're going to be my guest designer. If I get something wrong, I want you to tell me straight away so I can correct myself on air, which I have to say the Late Show community are fantastic at, aren't they? If we have a problem, they get involved straight away. They tell me what I'm doing wrong. Alternatively, maybe you just want to tell me how well I'm doing. I much prefer to receive those those messages. You can text in to 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, if you are watching us online, and you can watch all of our live shows at our website, JewelleryMaker.com, all you got to do is click the message box and it will come through to my producer's screen. Or any other ways to get involved, you can message us at Facebook as well, of course. And if you want to find out specifically what is coming up on my shows, then go and like my Ed Presenter page, and of course tag me into your jewellery designs and you could win a bead scoop next week. Where are we moving on to, sorry? So we're going from one very earthy gemstone to another. This time probably greater variation in the colour tones, ranging from your purples and your aubergine tones to your mustard yellows, and again those beautiful earthy browns as well. Love mookaite. A one location gemstone, and I think there must be a little drop down section when people are classifying our gemstones, because apparently this mookaite came from Austria. I think they meant to click Australia. There is only one source of this gemstone, and that is the Mooka Creek in Australia. So very, very hard to come by in different parts of the world, because we know it is only mined for in that localized region. 300 carats in total. These are really, really interesting because you do have a uniform shape in terms of your sort of pear-shaped drops, but they've actually given some rather unique lapidary work, and you can see they've actually created a little twist, which again is going to feed into your designs, providing you with texture and maybe providing your designs with that extra dynamic that they may be missing. You know, you may be putting something together and thinking it looks a bit flat, it's not coming to life. Maybe just a little variation in the medium you use or the cut of the gemstone will provide you with that gorgeous texture. Now you get 300 carats here, and the drops themselves are 20 by 15 mil in size. So again, significant enough to be used as a pendant, but still small enough to sit alongside other gemstones within your pieces. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your prize for 300 Sorry, my own shock and awe cut that sentence short. $7.95 for 300 carats of mookaite. Now, some people will look at mookaite and look at this the sort of finish that you get on it, and maybe think, well, is it, you know, really a gemstone? Well, actually, it's a member of the jasper family, and we know that so many jewellery makers love to work with jasper. You know, it's quite a dense gemstone. You can find it in these larger cuts. It offers you a beautiful variation of colours, and obviously the banding. I mean, you can see here, I mean, no two gemstones are the same, are they? That's what we're looking for as jewellery makers, the opportunity to create unique jewellery designs. Mookaite gives you the opportunity to work with a one location gemstone, which, you know, is well known by lots of people who have a passion for gemstone and gemology, and you can add it to your order right now at the very affordable price of $7.95. I'm going to leave it on with you, we're going to move on. I'm going to bring you the Rondelle Matrix Collection. Gorgeous gemstones, have a look at this. Some of our most popular gemstones here: neon apatite, white topaz, multi-beryl there, sky blue apatite, rose quartz, aquamarine, rhodolite garnet, and lavender amethyst. Have a look at this. This for me is very feminine matrix collection. Now these are all sort of jewellery quality gemstones, aren't they? And very, very familiar. So you've got your amethyst, gorgeous rhodolite garnet there, those rich red wine tones, aquamarine, Those are slightly larger as well, aren't they? We've got almost seed bead side of garnet, and then you've got the larger aquamarine rondelles. And then, beautiful rose quartz. I mean, look at the femininity you're getting there from those pastel pinks. Absolutely beautiful. In fact, I have to say, set alongside the glowing neon tones from that neon apatite, that would look fantastic. Very similar sizes there. Then you've got beautiful white topazes. Then you've got your multi-beryl, so actually got a couple of morganites in there as well. Oh. Well, some of them have, this one might not have. No, I'm joking, I'll leave them in, we'll have a look. I'm just going to pick out that morganite because it's gorgeous. Get here. Oh, there we go. See, look at that. So you've even got, oh, for goodness sake. Yes, as I say, some of you will. No. Oh my word, you're trying to replace me because the tweezers went wrong. Have a look at this. You're even more annoyed in a minute. I've stuck the lid to the desk. Here, look at this. There you go. So you've got a bit of morganite in there as part of this beryl collection as well. And that's not all. You've also got those two varieties of apatite, your neon apatite and your sky blue apatite. Rhodolite garnet, one of the most exclusive varieties of this gemstone. Come on, Pete. Let's get the price on screen before they all sell out. We've got the final 5 in stock. $24.95. As I say, for me, 150 carats. Yeah, Pete. Thanks, mate. And while I'm worried about picking the lid up, Producer Liam's just giving you £5 back in your pocket. For me, jewellery quality gemstones, some of the most exclusive variety of gemstones that we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker in terms of neon apatite, rhodolite garnet, lavender amethyst, beautiful rose quartz, beryl there, including morganite, and right now it's available for you at $19.95. That's an added to your order price, particularly if you've already got a P&P up and running. You just cannot ignore a deal like that. Get it home, see the gemstones for yourself, fall in love with them, and then make your final decision. If you do want to add this to your order, dial that free phone number right now because they are becoming very, very limited in stock and they're only available at this price point for the next 60 minutes. Congratulations to Deborah, Annette, Prue, and there's a new buyer interested as well. So if you want to add these to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now. The Matrix Collection, 150 carats of gorgeous gemstones, all for $19.95. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. And we're moving on now. Beautiful black agate. An essential really for most jewellery makers because we need to have these jet black gemstones, don't we? Because timeless elegance dictates that we have these jet black tones in our collections. Whether it be to create a monochrome design, which are ever present, aren't they, within handmade jewellery collections, or of course whether we just want to create a dramatic look. Jet black gemstones, they're going to go with any other tone, whether it be your pastel shades, or imagine this for a bit of drama. I've just seen some sort of bi-coloured amethyst. Have a look at that. Wow, the purples and the blacks together, that just looks so gorgeous. If you do want to get hold of these amethysts, it's part of a star buy offering coming up in about an hour's time at 8:30. Of course, we're bringing you your 10 strand Super Saver next. These, oh my word, my apologies. There's just a huge carat weight there, sorry. 150 carats of black agate here. Now these twisted ovals are really, really interesting because they've actually been step cut faceted on the surface, which allows that gorgeous luster, that reflective quality to come through, and that's what we're looking for when we set these black gemstones into our designs. That slight variation, because it's not a sparkle like we traditionally see from a crystal formation. It is really more of a reflection of the light, so it gives you that luster, has just the same, it's just as effective at attracting attention towards your designs, isn't it? And it's really interesting because on the step cut facets, it actually allows the light to be dispersed across the surface of the gemstone in a very particular way. I love that. Really, really elegant, really sophisticated. We are going to give you an exclusive price reduction. It's only available for the next 60 minutes. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. And if you've already added this to your order, then congratulations, because everyone is going to pay the same final low price of $6.95. Another add it to your order price. So if you've already got an order up and running, you can add this essential gemstone to your order for just $6.95. People are already starting to come through at jewellerymaker.com. Of course, if you are planning to add this to your order at this price and you've got 60 minutes to act, just dial that free phone number right now to take advantage of this deal. I'm going to leave that one with you at just $6.95, and we're going to move on to yet another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another star buy, and as ever with our star buys, we're either going to be launching a premiere strand, which is what we're going to be doing in half an hour, or we're going to be taking a collection of items together in order to provide you with unbelievable value. That's exactly what we're going to do, and we're going to do it now on one of our most popular items, the 10 strand super saver. Now I have to warn you, these have become a little bit synonymous with our late shows, and as a result they sell out very quickly. People are already aware of the value you're going to get. Our regular buyers, our regular collectors already know that at under £2 a strand for each of these gemstones, it's the best value on the market, it's the best deal we can bring you, and I imagine they're going to be allocated very, very quickly. So my advice, get this in your basket or start speaking to the help team right now. As soon as the code's on screen, they'll be able to add this to your order. I'm going to take you through everything you've got. We can show you the quantity on screen, and we can show you how quickly it's moving. Okay, so there you go, it's already being allocated to baskets. I'm going to get through the gemstones as quickly as possible, and I'm going to start with these rather gorgeous crackled quartz cubes. Have a look at the finish you've got here. So much character and texture from these. They are 6mm in dimensions, giving you 135 carats in total. I've got plain rounds of red agate, and these are 8mm rounds. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that really rich, bold red tone. Then I've got Labradorite plain rounds in your 8mm as well. Wow. Our favourite gemstone here at Jewellery Maker, or as voted for by our viewers over the last 2 years. Have a look at the gorgeous Labradorescence. Hopefully we're picking that up now. It's probably easier if I... There you go. There you go. You can see it there, that optical property. That electric blue note coming through there. Then I've got pink opal. Very, very sought after. And this is coming to you in your organic nuggets. So you're getting a lot of gemstones there. Even better value, in fact, because that is, of course, an 86cm strand. So lots of gemstones on this strand. Then we've got your emerald green coloured quartz. Look at those are really gorgeous. 245 carats, those are your 10mm rounds. Oh, those would be matched up perfectly with your 10mm adventurine rounds. Look at that. Oh, look at the quantity. They're flying out the door. I've only got 19 available now. As I say, best value of the night on genuine gemstones, and you've got a lovely combination of colour tones here and finishes, because have a look at these lemon quartz. These come from our Gems of Distinction range, highly polished lemon quartz ovals ranging in size from 7x5 to 10x7, giving you 60 carats of gorgeous lemon quartz. You've got rainbow obsidian. It does possess this beautiful optical property. I find it very difficult to show you that in the studio, But as part of the 10 strand super saver, get it home, experience it for yourself. You've got this almost chatoyancy living within the gemstone, but of course you've also got those jet black rounds. They are 6mm in size. More labradorite, this time in your 6mm rounds. Again, you've got that gorgeous sort of green base tone, which is allowing more of this golden labradorescence to come through. Actually, I've got a rainbow, a whole spectrum of colour coming through from this gemstone, I don't think. Okay, I'm into the final 10. Wow, we've got one more strand to go. Your white shell drops, perfect for so many different designs. Actually, beautiful, elegant bridal wear would suit these beautiful shell drops as well as summer jewellery. If you're trying to create your holiday collections. Participation Pete, you've got something to add.
You want to put those shells next to the red?
Shells in the red, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Participation Pete! Oh wow, yeah, that has really enhanced the whole 10 stand super saver, that has. It really wasn't working until you came up with that. What was the inspiration behind the shell?
Strawberries and cream.
Going with the strawberries and cream vibe, yeah. I didn't hear Director Bruce say that in your ear or anything. Get behind that guest designer desk for the rest of the show, mate. 10 strand super saver for $19.95. I've got 2 remaining in stock. If you want to add this to your order, it's the perfect gemstone stash for any jewellery maker. Collection of cuts, finishes. You've got your cubes, your nuggets, your rounds, your ovals. You've got such a variation of colour tones there as well. The best value of the night for genuine gemstones. The best value I can offer you, because I don't think any of these gemstones are under £2 on the website, but that is what you can do right now, the equivalent of £1.99 a strand. I've only got 2 remaining in stock, so if you do want to add that to your order, it's another trade show style offer, a wholesale opportunity, but this time on genuine gemstones. Coming up in 20 minutes time, the premiere launch of this strand of fire opal. Have a look at the colour tones you've got here. This is coming up in 15 or 20 minutes time as a premiere launch. I only have a limited number available, and I will be bringing that to you at an exclusive launch price, and we might even, if we're really lucky, get a little bit of design inspiration from Pete. Right, we're going to move on. Where are we moving on to? Ooh. Whoa. Well, it's classified as yellow sapphire, but you've got canary sapphires, orange sapphires, and red, well, borderline red sapphires on this gemstone strand. For me, in fact, the in-between colour tones are really similar to the colour tones you see on a Padaparacha coloured sapphire. Just have a look at the colour tones, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. So you have got lots of canary yellow sapphires on there, which of course have been mistaken for yellow diamonds so many times. But also here, you've got those, I know that this isn't really the right word to use, but they're almost like a sort of tutti frutti tone to them, do you know what I mean? And that's the kind of colour tone that I associate with Padaparacha coloured sapphires. Now, Padaparacha sapphires come from just one region of the world. I'm not saying that's what you've got here. In fact, I'm sure it isn't. But very similar colour tone. My advice, do your own research now. Even if you think, well, I'm not going to buy this strand off you, but I've never heard of that. It's written as it's spelled, so it's written phonetically, Padaparacha colour sapphire. Have a little bit of research yourself now. Have a little search. I was going to say the brand name, that's why I was struggling there. It's become a bit of a verb, hasn't it? The name of a search engine. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. So, I say, have a little look online at Padaparacha coloured sapphires. See the kind of price points that people can charge for that particular variety of this gemstone. Now, as I say, I'm not actually saying that that's what you've got here, but look at the colour tones. They're almost identical. Absolutely gorgeous. Real sort of vibrancy I think if you were to create a beautiful design using this, not only have you got one of the big four, but you've got a piece of jewellery which I think could lift anyone's spirits, because you've got all that positivity from these bright, vibrant tones, your yellows, your tangerine tones. Almost a tropical feel, isn't it? Now, we've already discussed how difficult it is to get hold of sapphire on the open market. You know, we've got some of the biggest gemstone buyers in the world struggling to source enough sapphire to create collections. You haven't got that problem because you're shopping from us here at Jewellery Maker. If you want to add this strand to your order, start dialing right now, because I only have single figures of availability, and here comes your price this evening. $29.95. That is an absolutely astonishing price. And if you're one of those jewellery makers who's working on that level where you have got personal commissions coming through, or maybe you just aspire to, maybe you're going to make a big push in the coming months to turn your hobby into a business, and to maybe, how about if you just set yourself a goal of saying, I'm going to sell one piece of jewellery by the end of April, something like that. It's not too outlandish, is it? It doesn't matter if it's a £5 pair of earrings or a £30 or £40 bracelet. Set yourself that goal to try and drum up a little bit of business and sell one piece of jewellery. It's always going to snowball. I've spoken to very successful jewellery makers who started off with a very conservative outlook towards the idea of selling jewellery, and now they can't keep up with demand. And they're forever telling me, I make sure I've got gems of distinction strands in stock now to ensure that if that commission comes along, I've got the perfect offering for my customer. $29.95, we're talking about less than £2 a carat here for one of the most prestigious and exclusive gemstones in the world, one of the big four, gorgeous sapphires. Now, I know that classification is really for ease on screen, calling them yellow sapphires. Just have another look at the colour combinations you've got here. For me, a really tropical vibe, but maybe it makes you feel something different. That's the beauty of working with this gorgeous gemstone, the fact that it's going to make you feel different to the next person. Sapphires available right now for $29.95 in some of the most sought after colour tones available. There's only one strand remaining now, so if you do want to add that to your order, don't forget you've got a 30-day money back guarantee to fall in love with it. If you don't think it's going to suit your design, send it straight back. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on, and we're moving on now to pink sapphire. So we're going from those tropical colour tones of the yellows and the padaparacha-like colours into a real feminine pink tone here. Not a pastel shade. I'd say you've got more sort of fuchsia and magenta-like hues coming through. So still very, very feminine. But these for me are all pink sapphires. Normally I might be tempted to look for some rubies on a strand like this, but actually these all have this beautiful femininity about them. Why not celebrate the fact that we're getting pink sapphires? Some people would rather own a sapphire than a ruby, wouldn't they? And why not? You know, they're the same gemstone. They come from the same family. It's known as the corundum family. And I know that my regular viewers will already be aware of that, so you can give yourselves a pat on the back. Pink sapphires are a gemstone that's sort of growing in popularity year on year as people start to sort of appreciate how difficult it is to source sapphires themselves as a gemstone. All of a sudden now, if you say to somebody, do you want to get hold of pink sapphire or do you want a red ruby, they might be inclined to go for the pink sapphire because, of course, you know, it's all about market forces, isn't it? And we know that when we're maybe investing in gemstone jewellery, it might have an inherent value to us. We might want to pass it down to generations in our family. Might want to offer them something different. And if you know, sapphires are becoming rarer and rarer, it might be, you know, a nice consideration for a jewellery maker to put a piece together that they can enjoy, and of course they can pass down to a daughter, a granddaughter, or even a great-granddaughter. 20 carats of beautiful pink sapphire, and I love the colour tones you've got here. It sort of ranges, doesn't it, from sort of baby pinks, all the way up to sort of red wine tones. Okay, a brilliant question from Tanya, and she's texting, was that? Messaging, sorry, on the web, right? Just to say, what's the difference between a pink sapphire and a red ruby? At what point does it become a red ruby? I'm going to be honest, it is pretty subjective. It's down to a colour classification. So it's the same as saying whether something is a double A tanzanite or a treble A tanzanite, effectively. It's literally a personal preference at what point you judge something to be a ruby. I mean, we've seen it clear on other strands that we've had, where we've had a collection of pink rubies, and then there's one standout gemstone that has got a much richer red hue to it than a pink one. And you say, like, for classification purposes, they've called it all sapphire, but really that's a ruby. On this strand, I think they're all, I probably would be happy to classify all of these as pink sapphires, really, because they've all got a nice magenta or fuchsia hue coming through from the gemstones, but it really is just down to a personal classification. I mean, some people obviously are going to be crowbarring certain ones into the ruby, and vice versa. Some people are after pink sapphires, and you know, maybe some of the richer colour tones, they're crowbarring them into a pink sapphire category. But really, it doesn't make any difference because they are all coming from the same chemical composition. Let's get the price on screen. 20 carats of pink sapphire. I've already got lots of interest on the phone lines. Again, more of these delicate faceted rondelles, and they're available right now for $24.95. If you did get hold of those boxes at the start of the show, which is an indication that you are selling your jewellery designs, those bracelet boxes, can you imagine creating a beautiful pink sapphire bracelet? I mean, that's gonna, well, you'd have enough for a pair of earrings as well, in all honesty, and you've probably got daintier wrists than I have. It's available right now for $24.95. If you want to get involved, then dial that free phone number right now. We're going to move on, and we're going to offer you another organic mineral now. Beautiful pearls, this time not the Keshi variety, although these would work perfectly with the Keshi pearls we saw earlier. It's a very similar colour tone. Now, these have been classified as light blue cultured potato pearls. I personally think they have more of a silver shimmer. I can see where the light blue tones come from. In fact, they look more blue on screen than they do in reality, so I can understand. So watching at home, you're going to totally understand the classification. I'm just to give you a good idea of what you're getting hold of here. They do have quite a silver sheen to them. Do you agree with that participation, Pete?
I would say more light blue.
Oh, okay. Well, Pete's going along with the light blue tone. I can see where it's coming from, actually, because there's sort of a lavender-like pearlescence to them, which is bringing out the light blue tone. So I do understand. They're 11 by 10 mil in size, so effectively luxury pearls. Now, they do have slight irregularity in the size. For me, that's going to feed into your designs. It's going to provide you with authority, because people are going to know that you've managed to source genuine cultured pearls. And of course, you've got an organic feel. When you're working with some of Mother Nature's creations, when you're working with organic minerals, I think you want that natural feel, don't you? You want people to know that what you've created still holds its roots in nature. That's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones and organic minerals rather than synthetics or faux pearls, for example. If you do want to get involved with this deal, then start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price. $19.95 for effectively luxury light blue cultured pearls. These could have taken anything from 6 to 10 years to culture pearls this size. And you think about the work, not only that, you know, because obviously these are cultured pearls and there is a commercial marketing involved in creating cultured pearls, but you know, it's still all down to Mother Nature. And you think of the time and attention to detail that Mother Nature herself has put into hand carving each pearl. $19.95. It's a no-brainer, especially if you are going to tune in tomorrow at 1 PM to pick up a few hints and tips on your bridal pieces, these are the pearls for me. They're a luxury size, and at $19.95, you don't need a whole lot of pearls to make a massive impact on your design. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. And this time, we're going to offer you some of our organic emerald. So this is exactly what we've just been talking about in terms of working with gemstones which highlight the fact that they've been created by Mother Nature, and of course something that feeds that organic nature into your designs. And you get that here because of the irregular sizes and shapes of the gemstones. These are your medium nuggets. They range in size from 8x6 to 16 by 10 mil in size, so quite significant sizes. In fact, you've got a real variation, haven't you? You've got something for every scenario. So whether it be the fact that you want to use one of the larger ones as the focal point of a design, or whether you want to maybe pick out a couple and use them as an accenting gemstone. One of the big four, gorgeous emerald. And you know, as I say, this is the beauty of working with genuine gemstones. They evoke different emotions to different people. Now, some people are looking for a very high-end, traditional finish to their gemstones. They want it to be cut in a delicate way. They want it to be faceted. Tune in at 8:45 because I've got that strand for you. Others prefer to work with prestigious gemstones, but they want that organic feel. They want this nugget-like cut. I mean, look how many gemstones you've actually got on this. It's a 36 centimetre strand, so you can see just how many gemstones you're going to get there. 270 carats in total. They range in size from 8x6 to 16 by 10 mil in size. Obviously, every strand's going to be completely different in terms of the irregularity of the shapes of the gemstones. Let's have a look at our price point for 270 carats of gorgeous emerald. $11.95. You've seen how long this strand is? You can wear it as a belt. Maybe not me, Pumba, but other people maybe. 270 carats of emerald for $11.95. I was just about to say, can you tell that I'm bitter? I could have said something cutting at the time. I'm too much of a gentleman. Look at this gorgeous emerald. I mean, for me, emerald is prized for its inclusions. And I think when you look at these organic, it's those inclusions, they really are providing you with all the character, aren't they? Look at those, they're doing so much for your designs. $11.95 for over 200 carats of gorgeous emerald. If you want to add that to your order, that is a really, really ridiculous price. And don't forget, you know, just like we as jewellery makers have different ways of working with gemstones and we want a different finish, different customers, different clients will feel differently about different cuts of gemstones. You know, some people might get hold of these really beautiful faceted emeralds which have this almost Colombian emerald colour tone to them, and that's what they're going to be looking for. They're going to fall in love with them. But you know, their sister might see these and fall in love with this design. So you know, that's the beauty of working with the real McCoy, with something that Mother Nature's put together, because you get this variation and basically you get something for everyone. So I'm going to leave that one with you. Don't forget the other strand of emerald coming up at the end of the show. Moving on now to this gorgeous red quartz. Wow. Do you know like red currant jelly? Have you seen that? You know the colour tone you get from that really bold red, that fruity red if you like. That's what you've got here. Have a look at this. And now, I'm sorry to keep matching this up with everything, but have a look at this. That is going to work. What do you think of that, designer Pete?
I was actually going to suggest that.
You were going to suggest it? Really? A likely story. Yeah. Okay, I believe you. You are a very talented designer.
Cool.
Well, what do you like about this colour combination? Why would you put these together?
It reminds me a
Oh, okay. So it has a sort of oriental inspired feel to you.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe Eastern Asian inspired. I can see that, yeah. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll let you off. Good answer. Yeah. Good blagging. Oh, he says it's the truth. Do you know what? Being a bit harsh because you've come up with 2 very good ideas so far. This is the really strange thing. How long have you worked here, Pete?
A few months.
Probably 3 or 4 months, maybe?
Like that.
Yeah. So Pete's been working here for 3 or 4 months, and I can tell that, you know, we're having fun here tonight. It's all a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but there is something about this, isn't there? Because when you start working with gemstones on a regular basis, you do start to recognise the different colour combinations that work. You start to sort of develop a passion for the gemstones themselves. So you can see in just a short time, Pete's already starting to come up with some pretty good creative ideas. Do you think you could achieve any of the techniques though, Pete?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. No, absolutely not, he said. An honest man, I like it. Okay, I've already got people flying in on the phone lines, and it's because of the vivacious nature of this red quartz. Faceted rondelles ranging in size from 4x2 to 10x5, and it looks like this could be a sellout tonight. It's available right now at $10.95. There's already people getting involved. If you want to add this to your order, dial that free phone number now, or alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to fit in another strand before we launch our beautiful fire opal. And we're going for, wow, beautiful peridot. Gorgeous colour tone here. Again, for me, you've got that citrus vibe going on, haven't you? This should be called lemon and limonite. Because look at the zesty colour tones you get here. This is much closer to a lime green, isn't it, than you would see on peridot, because peridot's got that fire about it that makes it sparkle. Here, you've got more of the pastel shade going on. And because of the polished finish on the gemstones, you get a really unique colour tone. I know I'm going to get in trouble now, but I can't help it. Look at those for a combination. Pete was just thinking of that one. Weren't you, Pete? Yeah, listen to it. But you know what? It does work. I have to say, it does work. Do you know what? That's the beauty of working with these gemstones, getting them home, fall in love with them for yourself. Look at that. That's a gorgeous combination. This is one of the reasons that I've fallen in love with orange gemstones at the moment, because of their ability to work so well with your pastel shades. That's exactly what you've got from peridot, isn't it? You've got, you know, on the face of it, you've got a really beautiful pastel green tone, but when the light catches the inclusions in the gemstone, you almost get this sort of zesty citrus feel coming through. 170 carats in total of your polished nuggets, available at the add it to your order price of $7.95. These nuggets actually range in size from 8x6 to 18x10, so once again, very versatile. Some of them are going to be large enough to be maybe the centre of a wirework ring. Others are going to work perfectly as an accent gemstone because they're going to go with so many different colour tones. If you want to add those to your order, they're available right now. All you got to do is dial our free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave that one with you because it is now time for the launch of that fire opal as a star buy! Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. On this occasion, it is going to be the premiere launch of a brand new strand. If you want to add this to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now. Put yourself to the front of the queue. If the price point comes in and it doesn't suit your budget or you're not convinced about the gemstone, put the phone down. No problem, it's a free phone number anyway. But I only have a limited number available. I'm going to give you an exclusive launch price. And, you know, if you're the 100th person to call through, you could miss out. So my advice, start dialing that free phone number right now. If you notice me just slow down there, it's because my producer just flash the price, the launch price on screen, I know where this is going to go to. It's going under £10. That's all I'm going to say at this point. Start dialing that free phone number right now. It's going under £10. It's not £9.95. How about that? Is that a good indication? It's an add it to your order price. And for what you're getting here, it's not to be ignored. This is a gemstone which for me portrays everything we want to see when we're working with genuine gemstones. There's a reason that we don't just go and buy orange glass. And it's because we want our jewellery designs to be something special. We want to offer our customers the chance to own jewellery that has its roots in millions of years of history. And actually, when you consider any crystal formation, they actually, for me, inhabit the drive that the whole universe centres around. Now, when the Big Bang occurred, what we actually were left with were billions of atoms just being scattered across the Milky Way, and really their drive, their aim was to find another atom to connect to. A gemstone, any gemstone, is a chemical composition of different atoms that have found their soulmate. The atoms have found exactly what they're supposed to be teamed up with, and as a result they've got stability. They form a crystal formation. So a gemstone is the most romantic representation of the drive that every single atom in the universe has from the beginning of time. And for me, beautiful fire opal not only has that gorgeous stability in terms of its chemical composition, the crystal formation, but it also shows the fiery, passionate nature of any romantic relationship, certainly that I've been involved in. So have a look at the colour tones. Literally, it's almost as though it's still on fire. It's almost as though it still has the gorgeous drama that it had when it was, you know, magma flowing from the centre of the earth. Just have a look at these colour tones. Beautiful, fiery oranges, gorgeous, rich cherry reds, and then you've got those beautiful golden hues as well. I mean, when we are working with a gemstone like this, when we're working with some of Mother Nature's creations, I could be wrong, but I think the reason that we've made that selection is because we want our customers to know that our jewellery designs have something special about them. They've been handcrafted by Mother Nature. They've got millions of years of history and prestige attached to them. And of course, as it is trade show day, I should say, we want to be able to make a little bit of profit as well. And if you invest in this strand of fire opal, not only have you got an incredible story to tell as part of your jewellery design, but if you invest in this strand tonight at the launch price, I don't see how you can fail to make profit. Gorgeous organic texture from these natural nuggets. And I've already got people multi-buying this strand, and they're on the phone lines, so they just trust me. Okay, everybody else who can see the price on the web, you're not confused. There's no digits missing. It's not £9.95, as I said. It's going under £10. Let me assure you, it's £6.95. I was going to say it's not £8.95 either. £6.95. Now that was not the price when I arrived at JM Towers today. But as I say, I went off for a couple of hours to hang out with the owner of the company and one of the best lapidarists in the world. I'm sure you would think that's a pretty good day. I came back and all the decisions about the show had already been made. Now I don't know whether Liam was buying sales manager Scott cakes all afternoon or something, but he's managed to wangle you a pretty impressive premiere price, $6.95. That's the launch price. It's only available at that price potentially until 9 AM tomorrow. Hopefully they'll leave the price at that on the website, but right now all I know is this is your best opportunity to get involved, not just because of the incredible price point, but of course it is the first, could be the last opportunity to add this to your order. We only have a limited number available. If you are coming through on the phone lines, then congratulations, because $6.95 for 70 carats of fire opal is absolutely out of this world. I'm going to have to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll be bringing you the final hour of the Late Show today on Trade Show Day. So we're going to continue to bring you wholesale opportunities, clearance deals, and of course, the premiere launch of Emerald. Don't go away.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 6444 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Thread the amount of beads you require onto the elastic. Tie a simple knot in the elastic and pull until you feel a change in the tension. Repeat the process another 2 times. To secure the knot, add a touch of jewellery glue or clear nail varnish. Once dry, cut any excess elastic off using your wire cutters or snips.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. Join Jewellery Maker and guest designer Mark Smith for our long-awaited macrame workshop. Get to know the essential techniques and knotting formations to create these vastly popular designs. Learn square stitch, twist stitch, slip knot and much more. The full course includes a range of different threading materials, a selection of gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and time now for the final hour of the late show. Do you know what? I'm actually really enthusiastic about what I'm seeing up there, because we just took a strand of fire opal to $6.95. Look how many multi-buyers there are in the end. Some people dialed back and ordered more. Making the most of your 1 P&P per day. That's the way to do it here at Jewellery Maker. Take advantage of the incredible wholesale opportunities and of course the amazing launch prices that we give you on premier strands. When we're talking about a strand like fire opal for $6.95, I mean, it's completely unfathomable. I've spent about 6-7 years selling gemstones as part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. I can tell you the prices for the quality of the gemstone, the carat weights that we offer on Jewellery Maker is absolutely out of this world. Unbelievable. And I'm going to prove it to you in about half an hour's time. About 8:45 this evening, we're going to bring you our superstar buy, our final opportunity of the night. Well, we'll try and fit in as many as we can. We're going to bring you this at 8:45 this evening. Gorgeous emerald. And I can tell you that I am going to launch this at under £25. So if you do want to have this jewellery, it's coming up in about half an hour. Make sure you don't miss out, particularly if you've already got a P&P up and running as a thanks of our trade show this morning, or maybe you're inspired by Laura Binding this afternoon. If you do want to add that to your order, you're never going to pay any more P&P. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee to make your final decision. It is coming up in half an hour's time. I can tell you it is going under £25. So we're going to crack on and have a look at this beautiful Amazonite. And really interesting finish to this gemstone, because it's got a sort of matte or frosted like finish. Oh, it's actually accounted for in the gemstone classification. I suppose when you've created this kind of look on a gemstone, you want to show off about it, particularly on the graphics, because have a look at the way this sort of frosted or matte finish has really enhanced the banding that you get on your Amazonite. These are gorgeous. They're little rondelles actually. They range in size from 6x3 to 11x6. And for me, these are going to make a massive impact on your designs. Again, it depends what you're going to match them up with. So you can match them up with more pastel colours, maybe like a lavender amethyst. I mean, that just looks so fresh and inviting, doesn't it? Or of course, because you've got that kind of pastel shade and combined with that matte finish, you could team them up with something that provides you with a bit more vibrancy. I mean, I'm looking at these. They're not really, really well, but more of those orange tones with the pastel shades definitely works. Look at that, gorgeous. So it's a really, really interesting gemstone usually, but here we've got a very unique finish on the surface of the gemstone. Already got lots of people involved. Over 100 carats of Amazonite here, and this is your price this evening for a Gems of Distinction strand of Amazonite. Under £10. Definitely didn't see that coming. I think it's because, you know, maybe just because I have a little bit more knowledge on the cutting and polishing process. Can you imagine how much work's gone into cutting these into the rondelles? And then it's actually probably more time and dedication being put into the polishing process to create this matte finish. I mean, you could quite easily, you know, damage a gemstone trying to create a unique polished finish, but here, this goes to highlight why you buy gemstones from us here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, because of the links we have. And I think that once you've created this kind of finish on the gemstone, it's going to enhance your designs. It's going to make an impact, if you like, in a unique way. Not because it's sparkly and in your face, but because it's different, it's unique, and it works alongside virtually any other gemstone. It's available right now for $9.95. If you want to add that to your order, just dial that free phone number or click to find out at JewelleryMaker.com. We're going to move on. Oh, these are amethyst rounds. Wow. Serious depth of colour here. Rich, regal purple tone. And you can see that purple hue coming through. In all honesty, in our studio, it's sort of a little bit dark, maybe a little bit darker than it actually is. I mean, they are very, very, there is a great depth of colour tone here, but maybe not quite as dark as it appears on screen. My advice, utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee. Get it home, fall in love with it for yourself. See how it works in your designs. See how it matches up with other gemstones. Maybe if you just got hold of these Amazonites, so you've got that sort of matte finish versus this high polished finish. But then, now have a look at this. Once you match these Amazonites up with that, all of a sudden you're starting to see more of those purple hues coming through. There you go. 390 carats in total on your 12mm plain round, so very, very significant size, going to make a real impact on your designs. Let's have a look at your price point. Oh, I like it. Let's have a look at the price you should be paying. Well, that's not right. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Let's have a look at the incredible value we can already provide you for 390 carats of amethyst. There's no way these gemstones should be at $9.95, but they are on our website, and they're not even staying there. Producer Liam's going to give you an exclusive price reduction, only available for the next 60 minutes, down to $6.95, and I'll even let you into a little secret. We had a little meeting earlier on today with the channel manager, Paula. We told her what we wanted. We told her what you wanted to see, and as ever, she was straight on it. IT have sorted it out, so at the close of the show at 9 PM this evening, you should still be able to see all of the deals that we brought you in the final hour of the show for 1 hour. So until 10 PM, you should still be able to see all of these deals on our website. Of course, if you're going to wait till 10 PM, cross your fingers that there's any left in stock, because $6.95 for your 12mm amethyst rounds is completely unbelievable. If you have got an order up and running, then now is the time to start dialing that free phone. I've got lots of new buyers getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com. If you're placing this in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because the phone lines have just lit up like a Christmas tree as well. Congratulations to Marion, Terry, Sharon, Tracy, anonymous buyers, and then everybody else. It just says no. Naseem and Eleanor, you're there as well. $6.95. I'll tell you what, if you are genuine new customers and this is your first introduction to gemstone buying with us here at Jewellery Maker, then you are in for a real treat. 12mm amethyst rounds for $6.95, but they're only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Now we just offered people a strand of Botswana agate rectangles, and overwhelming popularity and demand. People literally flying in on the phone line to get hold of this. Here I've got 560 Botswana agate. These again are going to make a massive impact on your designs because they are faceted rice beads. Huge, 30 by 15mm in size. And for me, these are going to make an impact, yes, because of the earthy colour tones and the drama of those storm cloud greys combined with the orange tones and the chocolate browns, but real feeling of dynamism from the faceting here. They're huge facets, aren't they? You do get a play of light, but it's really more about the sharp angles that they provide you with. I think they're going to look absolutely magnificent in, you know, some of your gem-heavy statement necklaces, for example. Maybe as the focal point of a design, as the pendant piece perhaps, or maybe the alternative gemstone on an asymmetrical necklace. There's so many different possibilities when you're working with these larger gemstones and their ability to provide you with a real impact within your designs. I mean, this one in particular, look at that. Really unique banding there, isn't that? Just that gorgeous, almost paintbrush stroke of tangerine there from Mother Nature. Like it. Over 500 carats of one of our favourite varieties of agate here at Jewellery Maker. And if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now to put yourself at the front of the queue. Actually, you'll still be fourth in the queue because Anonymous, Francis and Tina are all before you. But start dialing now to avoid disappointment. I only have a limited number available. Here comes your price this evening. $8.95, another add it to your order price, another price not to be ignored when you consider exactly what you're getting, exactly how much time and effort has been put into creating this gemstone. And I don't just mean from us here at Jewellery Maker, tens of thousands of years in the making from Mother Nature. Then of course it has to be sourced, mined, sent to the other side of the world, cut and faceted, sent back round to the other side of the world to be a feature on this amazing TV show. You think, a presenter as handsome as me doesn't come cheap, you know what I mean? All of that's got to be paid for. I'm only joking. 560 carats of Botswana agate available right now for $8.95. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. And another offering maybe for the bridal boutique workers. So if you're planning on tuning in tomorrow at 1 p.m. for the bridal show to get a little bit of inspiration, make sure you've already stocked up on your gemstones. If you know the gemstones you need are already heading towards you, all you got to do is press the red button, record the show, and then as soon as it arrives, you can get cracking with brand new, fresh bridal designs. All right, Emerald, you stay out of it there. 150 carats here of your clear quartz, faceted to perfection once again to give you sophistication, elegance, and a little bit of sparkle. These are 12 by 8 mil in size. And if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Here comes your price. $7.95, another add it to your order price for faceted droplets of clear quartz. Now, I think, if we were traditional jewellers and we were setting gemstones into silver and gold, we'd look at quartz and we might think of it as, a lesser gemstone. Might think, it's got clarity, but it hasn't got any colour tone, and it hasn't, got any particular prestige attached to it because it's so familiar to people. But as I say, when you're creating your own bespoke jewellery designs, you're looking for something different. You want something which suits a completely different set of criteria to that of a traditional jeweller, because you want something that provides you with glamour, sparkle, sophistication, but it needs to be dense enough to be drilled appropriately. It still needs to be affordable enough so that you can put time and effort and creativity into your piece and still make profit yourself. So from a jewellery maker point of view, clear quartz is where it's at. Offers us, it's almost, I would say clear quartz is almost the diamond of the jewellery making world. It's the perfect accent stone. It does provide us with that dispersion of light on the surface of the gemstone, and of course it's a bit more regularly available to us than the likes of diamonds, for example. So congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone lines. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now for $7.95, but only while stocks last. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on, and we're going to offer you gorgeous pyrite, another of the gemstones which shares its crystal structure and formation with a diamond and garnet, in that it has a very traditional six-sided isometric crystal formation. And you can see that, can't you, in the way the gemstone forms. Of course it's a little different because this is an opaque gemstone, and of course this gemstone probably shares more in common with precious metals like gold than it does a diamond, because it's been mistaken for gold so many times. Hundreds of years people have been mining for gold, and you know, I'll just envisage, you know, people maybe you know, with those little sieves on the river, they're trying to find gold nuggets and thinking, that's it, everybody's doing the action, come around here boys, come and show everybody. Everybody did it at the same time. Oh, actually you're both on cameras, aren't you? I'll leave it there. Oh no, Dan's desperate to get involved. If he's getting on screen, Pete's thinking, I'm getting on screen, I know that.
You pick up a load of water.
So show us what you do.
Then you go, ooh, gold. Oh no, it's not. And then you run off and cry, because you can't afford anything, can you?
You've painted quite the scene for us there, Dan. Thank you, sir. So you've eked up the drama level, haven't you, to the show? There you go. So, but actually, the perfect mime, if you like, because nobody could probably hear you because you're not mic'd up. But actually, that is exactly, isn't it? You know, you've seen that many times. People sifting through, trying to spot those little glimmers of gold. And of course, that's where this gemstone gets its nickname. It's known as fool's gold, because people have mistaken it for genuine gold nuggets. And I think that's what this gemstone offers us as jewellery makers. The opportunity to work with a metallic finish and, you know, the opulence of a golden tone without having to part with huge sums of money for precious metals. That's the way I see pyrite being incorporated into bespoke jewellery designs. Maybe you've got a different way that you work with it. Share with the group. Don't hesitate to text in or message us and let us know how you work with pyrite if that's not the reason you use it. These are 12 by 8 mil top drilled pear drops. And here comes your price point this evening for 170 carats of pyrite. $7.95. Another add it to your order price for another very, very popular gemstone with our jewellery makers. And of course, pyrite comes in such a massive variety of cuts and shades because it is quite a dense gemstone. Very similar to that of quartz actually in terms of its density. It comes in at about 6 or 6.5 on the Mohs scale. But just have a look at the versatility of your top jewel drops. Can you imagine creating a sort of floral motif with these as the petals, for example? They'd work perfectly, wouldn't it? That'd be really interesting actually to see more of a metallic finish but on a floral motif. I love that. This strand of pyrite available right now for $7.95. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, it is an added to your order price. And dial that free phone number right now, and this can be winging its way to you. I'm going to leave that on with you, and we're going to move on because it is now time to give you our double trouble deal on amethyst as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and of course we're going to give you another wholesale opportunity, this time on your gorgeous amethyst. Now this is bi-coloured amethyst, so you've got this zonal coloration, but again, if we were traditional jewellers, we might be looking for a consistency of colour on the gemstone, but as jewellery makers, we want something different. We want something with character, and have a look at this. We want sparkle, we've got sparkle. Look at the way this has been faceted to allow the light to play on the surface of the gemstone. I mean, look at that. It is literally like walking down the red carpet, isn't it? Those paparazzi flashes going off. Pete knows all about that. Yeah. Double trouble deal here of your bi-coloured amethyst. And they're huge. They range in size from 16 by 10 to 30 by 16. I mean, these are crying out to be used as pendants in many ways. But actually, when we talk about the top drill drops, I was just discussing the idea of using them in more of a floral motif. Have a look at this. This is a real statement look. This is a bit of wire work that's been put together by Rosanna on this occasion. Look at that, sort of an irregular floral motif. That's the thing, isn't it? Especially with incorporating wire into your designs, because it allows this more free-flowing creative process, doesn't it? And as a result, you get these maybe traditional designs, but with a twist. Love this. And actually, it's allowed Rosanna to incorporate different sizes of the gemstones into one design. You don't have to be as intricate, and you don't have to go to town. You can keep it simple. Have a look at this. I was saying they'd make perfect pendants. Check this out. I love this. I love this piece of jewellery. It's real designer piece for me. And actually, you could see how that would sit in a boutique window. You've got that natural colour zoning on the gemstone. It's a very traditional, regal purple tone that I'd associate with amethyst, and I know that I've seen boutique designs and jewellers with amethyst in the window. I love the way this wire is sort of framing the gemstone. And it's very contemporary, isn't it, for it to be cut off there rather than go all the way around. I love that. Very, very simple way of setting it onto your suede cord as well. Love the pink and the grey together, sort of mirroring the colour tones that you can pick out of the gemstone itself, the lilacs and the silvers within your amethyst. Love that. Just really simple, isn't it then? Create a simple bail there, and then it sits on the cord. You can see how it's just been finished there as well. Little bit of wire. Oh, actually, is that a little head pin? No, no, it must be a little bit of wire, mustn't it? Just to create a little S shape, a little clasp. So that's just a simple idea, a little bit of inspiration there. I'm sure you've got lots of creative ideas running through your head. You're going to be like Pete when you get hold of these strands. You're not going to be able to help. Pete, you've got a suggestion already. You just put his hand up. It's not school, Pete. But go on. This colour tone goes really well with what colour tone? Yeah, they're the same gemstone, mate, twice. What do you mean? Oh, you're just saying the two gemstones themselves match up nicely. I don't think, Pete, I think you're going to get sacked as a designer at this rate, mate. Have a look at this. I'll tell you what does go well with, Pete. How about that? Do you like that? Oh, yeah. Oh, you were just thinking that, weren't you? I was going to say that. Pete, you are on fire tonight. This is a double trouble deal. 2 strands of your bicolour amethyst, and these are very, very large. They're going to make a massive impact on your designs. Faceted to perfection, you can see the amount of glamour and sparkle that gives you. If you were to buy these 2 strands any other day, they would cost you $35.90. That's not going to be your price point today. We're going to save you over £10 because here comes your double trouble deal for 2 strands of gems of distinction amethyst. $24.95. That's £12.50 per strand. Have a look at these gemstones. Look at the finish you've got. Don't forget you've got this twice. They're absolutely huge examples of amethyst. Very, very familiar gemstone. Very, very popular gemstone. Probably one of the most sellable gemstones that you could work with as a jewellery maker. And you know, we talk all the time about the fact that Labradorite was voted our favourite gemstone of last year. I can tell you that it came, the amethyst was a close second. And again, I think that's because so many jewellery makers out there know that, you know, even people who aren't au fait with lots of different gemstones and gemology in general are aware of amethyst. They know this gemstone, and when they think about this gemstone, they associate it with these rich, regal purple tones. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen amethyst on the channel that are this large and yet have such an impact thanks to the faceting. I mean, just look at that. Can you see? I'm just going to focus on this one. Just have a look. As I tilt it back and flip it forward, you can see the way the light moves across the facets. I mean, that is going to attract some serious attention to your designs, isn't it? It's available right now for $24.95. I personally would match this up with this beautiful pastel shade of green that you get from your emerald. This is coming up for you in about 10 minutes time as our superstar buy. So if you've got an order up and running, or especially if you've invested in that amethyst, I can tell you right now that the emerald is going to go under £20. So I'm going to leave the amethyst star buy there to one side for now. Thank you again to Rosanna for her fantastic designs, really impressed with those. And we're going to move on. We're going to try and fit in as many deals as we can before we bring you our superstar buy. Have a look at this. Now we actually saw this earlier when I was matching it up with other gemstones, and I'm afraid I'm going to do it again. This is your champagne colour coated quartz, and look at that. I mean, if you are going to offer somebody elegance and a certain level of sophistication, how about this? Emeralds and champagne quartz. I mean, says it all, doesn't it? Of course, right now we're giving you the opportunity to own this strand of coated quartz. So actually what we've done once again is enhance Mother Nature's gorgeous work, because you've got your 7mm faceted rounds here, and it's just a slight coating to enhance the colour tones that you get. I mean, it's a very consistent colour hue that you're getting, isn't it? It's almost, well, champagne's actually a very appropriate name, but you do get slight parts of the gemstone where it's a little bit deeper in colour, almost a golden tone, or maybe an amber-like colour as well. Faceted rounds, so very, very easy to work with, very easy to incorporate into, for example, your macrame bracelets. And the faceted finish that you get here, again, it's like paparazzi flashes going off. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number, because we do only have a limited number available. And here comes your price point. $9.95. Once again, when you consider the amount of work and time and commitment that's gone into this strand of gemstones, $9.95 isn't necessarily a reflective price when you consider what you're getting. That's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, even if we have enhanced Mother Nature's handiwork by giving it this little coating. We're still giving you the best value in the market, $9.95. 85 carats of champagne quartz available right now for under £10. If you do want to add that to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. Ooh. So here we go. Now we've got an alternative variety of your champagne quartz. These are your polished top drilled pear-shaped drops. And they're actually not really broad. They're quite flat, actually. Still a little bit of depth to the gemstones, so they're going to sit really beautifully on the décolletage. But I just think that, you know, this slightly flatter finish to the gemstone, the way they've been cut, is just going to make them easier to incorporate into matching sets of jewellery. So they range in size from 10x7 to 15x11. So for me, this has got a matching set of earrings and a pendant written all over it. I know what Dan's thinking. Oh, I'm not buying it if it's got writing on it. I am such a card. Congratulations to Suzette, Geraldine. New buyers already flying in at JewelleryMaker.com. 100 carats of champagne colour coated quartz here, and this is your late show price this evening. Whoa, $7.95. Once again, and add it to your order price, and once again, a price which isn't necessarily reflective of what you're getting, but what it does reflect is the best value on the market. We've managed to source gorgeous quartz for you, jewellery quality quartz. It's been cut, it's been polished, and then it's been given this beautiful coating to enhance and draw out that natural champagne tone. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number right now, because these are quickly flying out the door. These are proving to be very, very popular at just $7.95. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, in fact, so well done if you did come in early for that one. We're going to move on to gorgeous sodalite. This time we've got your oval cuts. Now these have been very, very popular this evening. You remember we had a star by that centered around the oval cuts. Those are more of the multicolored tones, weren't they? Here we've got the very traditional, very popular, almost denim type blue tone from your sodalite. And it's quite strange actually, because sodalite tends to be the favourite gemstone of a lot of people in the jewellery making team. I know that producer Dion's really, really fond of this gemstone. She loves blue gemstones, and she likes the way this works with denim pieces actually. That's what she said to me. 200 carats of sodalite here. These are 18 by 13 mil ovals. I think the ovals are pretty much an essential cut to have in your gemstone stash, aren't they? Because they work as pendants, they work in earrings, like simple earring designs, for example, simple pendant designs. They work on so many different levels. And here you've got 200 carats of sodalite. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. Here comes your price point this evening for 200 carats of sodalite puffy ovals. Another added to your order price. Of course, we're trying to find something for everyone. So maybe the enhanced quartz aren't for you. Maybe the natural sodalite are. $7.95 is all you're going to pay this evening. If you do want to add this to your order, then as I say, you need to put yourself at the front of the queue. Dial that free phone number or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. 200 carats of sodalite for $7.95. Absolutely outstanding deal. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. I like this. All right, no need for that. Have a look at this. We've actually seen a number of fantastic samples of highlight tonight, but just for me, this is my personal favourite. Now, they all have been pretty gorgeous in terms of the consistency of colour, and the cuts have been exceptional for what you want to achieve. I just love this almost petrol blue tone, and look at the way they're sparkling. I think maybe I'm a bit of a magpie actually, because the faceting on these rondelles has absolutely enhanced the finish that you've got on the gemstone, to the point where this for me is jewellery quality highlight. Now, highlight's one of those sort of in-between gemstones for me. It's sort of like a band that's just becoming popular, and there's a few people out there who don't want the masses to start liking it, but unfortunately it's a foregone conclusion. When something's this beautiful and offers so much to jewellery makers, it's only going to become more and more popular. Iolite, I think, is one of those gemstones where some people have already fallen in love with the violet tones, the drama from those midnight blues, and they're working with it on a regular basis. Others maybe are just being won round by the deep, rich history and prestige attached to the gemstone. Others, maybe, as of yet, don't quite appreciate just what they're getting when they invest in highlight. But let me tell you, it's only a matter of time. On the open jewellery market, this is a very, very sought after gemstone. As I say, I've been working for the company for a long time. I used to be a producer on our sister channel on Gems TV. We would have whole hours dedicated to showcasing the beauty of highlight. And when people say to me, you know, the problem is when I'm trying to sell my jewellery, people only want the really recognisable gemstones. Really, I think they're buying into your design. So once you start to incorporate highlight into your collections, once you get repeat buyers who've fallen in love with your style, they themselves will start to invest in highlight jewellery because they won't be able to resist what you've put together. If you want to get hold of this, then start dialing that free phone number, a gemstone that for me is going to only become more popular as time goes by. I mean, it's already been sought after for thousands of years, but I understand what people are telling me when they're saying about, contemporary jewellery design and, maybe pitching to a less educated audience. Or, of course, your personal clients. They might not be fully informed about highlight. Tell them the story. tell them about the gemstone, and when they see this gorgeous luster, this sparkle that they're getting from the piece of jewellery, they're not going to be able to say no. 80 carats in total, and here comes your price this evening. Beautiful eyelight, $9.95. This is Gems of Distinction quality eyelight. You can see there, just from that recording, sorry, I was just say, you can see there the way the facets have enhanced the gemstone. So you've got your electric blues, your tanzanite blues, your sapphire blues, they're all there, but this is just sparkling away because of the Labradorite's confidence in being able to create these beautiful facets on the surface of the gemstone. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It's the best possible quality highlight we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. And if you do want to add this to your order, don't forget you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you don't have to make your decision right now. Get it home. See how it works with your tanzanite or your pearls, for example. Have a look, and that is when you can make an informed decision. I'm going to have to leave that one with you now at $9.95. That, for me, is an absolute steal of a deal. We're going to fit one more in before our superstar buy, and it's this beautiful strand of lapis lazuli. How about that? How about this for a combination? Iolite and lapis lazuli, two gemstones that have been, you know, revered by civilizations for thousands of years. That, for me, really, really works, because pick out the royal blue tones from your iolite when it's set aside your lapis lazuli. These are 12 by 6mm rice beads, and I love these little flecks of gold that you get on the surface of the gemstone. That's what's made this gemstone so popular for so many years. Originally traded for in 4000 BC by Middle Eastern traders. So that just goes to show that this gemstone was appreciated for the visual qualities that it provided long before we had, you know, the scientific know-how that we have now. People appreciated the aesthetic that this gemstone offered. 120 carats in total. If you want to get hold of this gemstone, you know what to do. Dial that free phone number right now and put yourself to the front of the queue, because here comes your price point this evening. $7.95. Another, add it to your order price. If you've already taken us up on one of our trade show deals, one of our wholesale offers if you like, and you've paid your $2.95 today, we already know how popular your jewellery designs are, because you're obviously, you know, selling your designs very successfully. Add this to your order right now for $7.95. Congratulations to Lena from Ayrshire, where my family are from. So nice for you to get involved this evening. If you want to add this to your order, it is an add it to your order price of $7.95 for over 100 carats of lapis lazuli, a gemstone revered by Cleopatra herself. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on, because it is now time for the launch of emerald as a superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and time now for the launch of our superstar buy. Now, we close every show with our most exclusive launch of the night. It does this evening happen to be a premiere launch of emerald, and I can give you an exclusive launch price. Don't forget, the second the graphics hit the screen, start dialing that free phone number to get involved. You can always put the phone down, you can always change your mind, but I only have a limited number available. And we know how popular this gemstone is. One of the big four, and for me, something different within the big four. We already know, don't we, after sort of exploring sapphires earlier this evening, that they come from the same gemstone family as rubies. And so they're very, very similar gemstones, certainly the exact same chemical makeup, and then very similar colour tones, really. And then diamonds, obviously a standalone gemstone. We all know how much people love diamonds and why, because of their density and their ability to provide you with fire and sparkle. But then there's these, for me, they're sort of like maybe the black sheep of the big four, aren't they? Because they're priced for their inclusions and their variety of colour tones. You know, some people are going to love Brazilian emerald, that deep forest green that we saw on the nuggets that we offered earlier. Others maybe are going to prefer these slightly more pastel shades that you might associate with Zambian emerald, or of course Colombian emerald. Colombian emerald being the most prized variety of emerald on the market at the moment, and of course we were discussing last week, and if you do go to my Facebook page you can read the Financial Times report about the current costs of Colombian emerald, for example, and just how much these miners are being able to achieve and demand for even uncut carat weights of emerald. I think we were talking about something like $5,000 for an uncut 9 carat Colombian emerald. Here you've got 30 carats of emerald. Now this isn't necessarily Colombian emerald, but it has very similar colour tones, and so it offers you the opportunity to offer your customers the same gemstone, the same colour tone, but at a much more affordable price. As I say, we've got 30 carats of emerald here. It is going to be launched originally at under £25. I can now tell you that we have got a launch price this evening. It is going to be under £20. If you want to add this strand of emerald to your order, you can get involved right now. Dial the free phone number, or of course if you're logged in at jewellerymaker.com, just click to buy now, it'll be added to your basket. If you do place it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because I hate for anyone to miss out on their strand of emerald because they didn't check out their basket. Now I've already got people flying in, both on our website and on our phone lines. We're creating a little bit of a queue on the phones, but don't panic, it's a free phone number here at Jewellery Maker. Now some people may be sitting there thinking, I'm not 100% sure, and they're umming and ahhing, they're thinking, do I want to part with $19.95 for emerald? My advice, you're not going to be able to make a decision until you get this home, until you get it to your front door. That's when you make your decision. That's when your 30-day money-back guarantee kicks in. Now, I'm very, very excited this evening to be able to bring you another opportunity on emerald, because we launched a strand of Colombian emerald not too long ago, and when I launched the original strand of Colombian emerald, I only had 10 strands, and unfortunately the best possible price I could launch it at was $79.95. They were gone in seconds. Last week I was able to launch a strand of Colombian emerald, and now, thanks to all of you, our buying power is at such a high level that we were able to get hold of Colombian emerald. For a start, I had much greater quantity, and we can now bring it to you at $49.95. Now, as I said, this isn't technically Colombian emerald, but it just for me evokes the same emotion because of a very similar colour tone. And not only is this not Colombian emerald, but I haven't got a Colombian emerald price either. 30 carats of emerald, and here comes your launch price this evening. $14.95. You've got to see it to believe it, haven't you? $14.95 for 30 carats of emerald. If you want to add this to your order, dial that free phone number right now. The phone lines have just lit up like a Christmas tree. Don't panic about that. If you do enter a short queue, it's a free phone number. You will be answered in the order in which you dial in. Congratulations to Lily, Alison, Rebecca, Kaylee, Emma, Fiona, Darren, Willow, Sharul, Alison, Patricia, Jenny, Carol, Eleanor, Mandy, Tina. New buyers, you're getting involved. Fran, Geraldine. $14.95, a price point not to be ignored when we're talking about one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, one of the big four. Your ability to offer your clients genuine emerald, and you can do it right now, for 50p a carat. 50p a carat. Let's just think back to what we were talking about when we were discussing Colombian emerald. These mine owners, they haven't cut the emerald into delicate rondelles and faceted it. Oh no, they're talking about uncut, rough 9 carats of Colombian emerald $5,000. Right now, this is cut, polished, faceted. It's available for $14.95. Pretty exciting deal. Pete, do you think that I should get myself in trouble?
Of course.
Of course he does. Of course he does. He'd love to see me getting in trouble, wouldn't you, Pete? Look at how much he's nodding. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to get myself in trouble then. I'm going to help out every single person that's already bought it and everybody who's umming and ahhing right now. Producer Liam, how about just for a launch, it'll only stay at this price for 60 minutes anyway, so no one's going to find out. How about if we give everybody their P&P back and reduce this further? Your silence speaks volumes, sir. I'm really worried now that I've done something naughty, but you know what? I have said it on air, so I think you're going to have to honour it, really. He's chipping it down. He's giving us back our P&P. This is only available at this price for the next 60 minutes. Don't panic if you'd already got involved. Everyone's going to pay the same final low price, but only for the next 60 minutes, at which point this is going to return to the original launch price of $14.95, which was already absolutely ridiculous. Congratulations to everybody who got in early. You know I'm never going to let you down. Producer Liam and myself pride ourselves on giving you the best value for genuine gemstones. That is an exceptional launch price for what you're getting here. Now, I've seen the emerald nuggets going at, say, $9.95 before, but never faceted rondelles. Virtually jewellery quality emerald available right now for $11.95. 30 carats in total. Down at the exclusive launch price of $11.95. If you have added this to your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because I've got lots of people flying in on the free phone number right now to take advantage of this. And all I can say to everybody who's getting involved is a massive congratulations. One of my favourite gemstones. Yes, I love the feminine gemstones, the morganites and kunzites as well, but you can't fail to appreciate a gemstone like emerald. As I say, it's one of the most prestigious gemstones, and it offers you something a little bit different. Prized for its inclusions. Such a massive natural variation in the colour tones, from the forest greens of your Brazilian emerald to the bottle greens of your Zambian emerald and those pale pastel shades of your Colombian emerald. Basically, you've got every single colour tone you'd associate with emerald on one Gems of Distinction strand here, all for $11.95. 30 carats in total, so a huge carat weight. And again, if anybody's sitting there at home thinking, oh, I'm umming and ahhing and I'm not sure, Ed, get it home. It's the best way to make a decision. Hold it up alongside your amethysts or your iolites or your tanzanites. See how it's going to work in your collections. If you're not 100% convinced, you can send it straight back to me. But for $11.95, for 30 carats of emerald, I think I might get one of these actually. That's what I was thinking there. Completely irrelevant, but I'm just thinking it's almost too good to be true, isn't it? Especially at that price, $11.95. Anyway, aside from me making my own decisions, I'm going to help you make yours, because have a look at the faceting on these rondelles. Absolutely gorgeous finishing. You do get that play of light. If you're sitting at home and you're thinking, oh, again, I'm not sure how to incorporate these rondelles into my designs. Well, as I say, I spoke to Laura Binding about this, and anybody who's concerned about working with these smaller, more delicate cuts, actually, she's come up with a really, really simple solution of creating a small loop or bail using your 0.4mm wire, and then you can attach these gorgeous emeralds to any design with great ease. And the next time that Laura is featuring on a show with me, which isn't too far away actually, she's going to actually demonstrate that for us, and we might even have a little bit of a focus on the show of how to incorporate the Gems of Distinction strands into your collection. So that's on its way. We're already going to provide you with those demonstrations and that education. You need to make sure that you do your part and stock up on these prestigious gemstones at these ridiculous launch prices. It's available right now for $11.95. Don't forget, that's a superstar buy price, only available for 60 minutes. If you want to get involved with that, dial that free phone number right now. I'm going to have to love you and leave you, and I won't be here tomorrow, so Ali's going to fill in for me. I'll see you again on Monday. Bye.
Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better. Tune in to The Late Show every day on Jewellery Maker, kicking off the action with low stock high end at 5 PM. Next up at 6 we have Pick of the Week, at 7 PM it's clearance, and to end the show, don't miss Viewer's Choice at 8 PM. The Late Show, every day at 5 PM on Jewellery Maker.
It's the Wire Work for Beginners course that I'm on today with Louise. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. It's been a wonderful course, starting from very basics. Every question that we had for Louise, she's answered, and it's been a marvellous education in learning to do things with wire work.
If for any reason you're not satisfied, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. It's time to get started with our designer inspiration with Janet. If you would like to create wonderful designs like this, I love it. So pretty. Beautiful colour combination. Beautiful. We'll give you, I've got the earrings in as well. I've got some gorgeous earrings in. Well, I did sneak in earlier and Kirsty said to Janet, she's stealing those earrings. I know her. And she was right, because who could resist? They are super boutique and I love them. I'm going to give you the first bundle of which to create this gorgeous collection, including the wire. Everything you need is in this bundle. Look at the smoky quartz. These drops together with the rose quartz are a divine and heavenly combination, aren't they? Then look at the rangs. We already need all of these gemstones. I love the fact that we've got such wonderfully contrasting colours, such elegance, so Cartier, so Chanel, so expensive looking, aren't they? So Tiffany & Co. Now you have got the 1 mil gold wire for rings, for structure. You know, 1 mil is going to be your backbone. 1 mil is going to be your anchor point. And your 0.4 is there for your weaving. It's there for your teeny weeny gizmo coils. Or you can make your jump rings out of this, and gizmo coils too. But this for your 0.4 for your tiara twisting. There's so many different techniques that you need the both gauges for. I'm also going to give to you findings.